My child, do not skip this message, and do not leave before I finish speaking to you, because what I am about to uncover hath been sitting inside your life far longer than you realize. Nothing is hidden from me, not the pain you buried, not the fear you disguise, not the questions you never say out loud, and not the tears you learned to hold back when no one else was looking. I need you to stay here, listen closely, and let every word reach the places you have kept sealed off, because this is not just a message, it is an exposure, a rescue, and a turning point. Watch until the very end, because what I reveal next will confront what has been hiding in your heart and break what has been quietly holding you captive. If you walk away too soon, you may miss the very word your soul has been desperate to hear. My child, come closer and let your heart settle for a moment, because I want to speak to you in a way that reaches beyond your thoughts and touches the places inside you that have felt tired for far too long. You have spent so much of your life being seen only in part. People have looked at your face, your actions, your words, your choices, and they formed their understanding from what was visible. Some loved you only through the lens of what they could benefit from. Some misunderstood you because they never cared enough to look deeper. Some assumed you were strong because you kept going, while never realizing how much you were carrying underneath, the quiet strength. But I need you to hear me clearly now, and I need you to let this truth go deeper than just your mind. I see everything. I do not see you the way the world sees you. I do not only see the version of you that knows how to function. I do not only see the part of you that smiles when you are trying not to break. I do not only see what you allow others to see. I see what lies underneath the surface. I see the pause before your smile. I see the thoughts that pass through your mind when the room grows quiet. I see the ache you carry into the night when everyone else thinks the day is over. I see the places where your heart has become cautious because life has taught you that not everything that looks safe truly is. You may have learned how to hide what hurts because you were tired of explaining yourself to people who only listened halfway. You may have learned how to keep moving while your soul was exhausted because stopping felt too dangerous. You may have learned how to give others comfort while secretly wishing someone would notice that you also needed to be held. None of that has been hidden from me. Not one silent sigh. Not one sleepless night. Not one memory that still rises when you least expect it. Not one private fear that has sat quietly behind your words. I have been there in every moment, not as a distant observer, not as someone waiting for you to get everything right before I come near, but as your father, close enough to feel every tremor in your heart. When you thought no one understood why you suddenly went quiet, I understood. When you felt frustrated with yourself because you could not explain what was wrong, I understood that too. When you questioned why certain things affected you so deeply while others seemed to move on so easily, I did not judge your sensitivity. I knew exactly what was touching old wounds inside you. I know what shaped your reactions. I know what left scars. I know which disappointments made you more guarded. I know which betrayals changed the way you trust. I know the weight of words spoken over you years ago that still echo in moments when you are already feeling fragile. My child, I know you more deeply than you know yourself in some seasons, because I see the roots, not just the fruit. I see where the pain began, where the fear took hold, where the confusion entered, where the shame tried to settle, and I also see the goodness I planted in you that pain has never been able to erase. You may think being fully seen is something to fear because human eyes have often used your vulnerability against you. You may have learned that being known can feel dangerous. But with me, being fully seen is where your healing begins. I am not looking at you to expose you for punishment. I am looking at you with tenderness because I know where you are hurting and I know what you need. I am not startled by your inner conflict. I am not disappointed because you are still working through things you thought you would be over by now. I am not withdrawing because you still have questions, weaknesses, and hidden battles. If anything, my closeness becomes even more personal in those places because I know that is where you need me most. So stop thinking you must edit yourself before coming to me. Stop believing you must only bring me the cleaned-up version of your heart. Stop assuming I only want the polished prayers and the calm words and the moments when your faith feels strong. Bring me the whole truth of you. Bring me the confusion, the tiredness, the doubts that embarrass you, the regrets you keep replaying, the hurt you still cannot name, the resentment you do not want to admit is there, the fear that rises when things feel uncertain, and even the numbness that has made you wonder whether you are drifting farther than you want to be. I already see it all, and I am still here, speaking to you with love that has not moved even 1 inch away from you. And because I see everything, my child, I want you to understand something that can change the way you carry your life from this moment forward. You do not have to live as though your hidden places are separate from my care. Too often, you have divided yourself in ways that were never meant to be. You have the part of you that handles responsibilities, the part that shows up for others, the part that keeps the day moving, and then you have the hidden chambers where your fears, disappointments, insecurities, and private grief wait in silence. Sometimes you think I am only involved in the visible parts, in the moments when you pray intentionally, in the moments when you feel spiritual enough, in the moments when you are trying your best to be steady. But I am just as present in the unguarded moments when you feel emotionally tangled, when your thoughts are messy, when your hope feels thin, and when you do not even know what to say. I see you when you stare at the ceiling longer than you meant to because your mind will not slow down. I see you when you revisit conversations and wish you had answered differently. I see you when you feel the pressure of being strong for everyone else and wonder in silence who is going to be strong for you. I see you when you compare your life to someone else's progress and feel that quiet sting you try to brush off. I see you when you are disappointed with how slowly healing seems to move. I see you when old memories come back and you are frustrated that they still have power. I see you when you laugh in front of others and then sit alone with a heaviness you cannot easily explain. And listen carefully, because this matters more than you realize. None of those moments have ever made me love you less. They have never disqualified you from my presence. They have never caused me to turn away and wait for a better version of you to appear. If anything, those are often the moments when I am nearest, because that is when your heart is most honest even if your words are few. You have sometimes mistaken my silence for distance, but there were seasons when I was simply holding you in places deeper than language. You thought I was absent because answers were delayed, yet I was watching details you could not see. I was guarding what would have harmed you. I was tracing patterns you did not understand. I was seeing what people around you intended. I was seeing what doors looked good on the outside but carried pain on the other side. I was seeing the strain in your spirit before you admitted how tired you had become. I was seeing the pressure building in you before you finally broke down. I was seeing the way you were giving too much, carrying too much, blaming yourself too much, and expecting too much from a heart that was already wounded. My child, if you truly let yourself believe that nothing is hidden from me, then you can stop exhausting yourself trying to be your own protector in every way. You can stop treating your pain like something you must manage alone in secret. You can stop assuming that if you cannot explain it clearly, I cannot meet you in it. I can. I already have. This is why I am speaking to you now with such tenderness. I want you to rest in the safety of being known by me. I want you to understand that my knowledge of you is not cold, clinical, or detached. It is intimate. It is compassionate. It is active. I do not simply know your wounds. I know how to heal them. I do not simply know your fear. I know how to steady you through it. I do not simply know your history. I know how to redeem what it tried to take from you. I do not simply know your weakness. I know what strength I am growing inside you through every hidden battle you thought no one noticed. So let this truth become a place of rest inside you. Let it soften the part of you that always braces for rejection. Let it calm the part of you that feels the need to hide. Let it reach the places in you that have been afraid of being fully known. Nothing is hidden from me, my child, and that is not a warning over your life. It is a covering. It means you are never unseen in your pain, never overlooked in your effort, never forgotten in your waiting, never misread in your silence, and never alone in the secret places where your soul has been crying out for care. I am there. I have always been there. And as I speak to you now, I am inviting you to stop running from the parts of yourself I already hold with love. My child, stay with me here, because I want to walk with you into a place you do not always like to visit. I know how quickly you try to move away from your past when certain memories begin to rise. I know how you sometimes distract yourself, change the subject inside your own mind, or tell yourself that it no longer matters because too much time has passed. But I want you to listen to me carefully now and let this settle into your spirit. Nothing in your past has been forgotten by me. Not one chapter, not one wound, not one decision, not one turning point, not one night when you felt abandoned, not one morning when you woke up carrying the weight of what happened the day before. I remember what broke your trust. I remember what bent your confidence. I remember the moments when you were still innocent in ways you no longer are. I remember the version of you that loved more openly before pain taught you caution. I remember the times you were brave and nobody noticed. I remember the times you were trying your best and still got blamed for things that were not yours to carry. I remember the conversations that left you staring into silence after they ended. I remember the betrayal that changed how you interpreted loyalty. I remember the loss that altered your sense of safety. I remember the season when you kept asking me why everything felt like it was slipping through your hands while you were doing everything you knew to do. And I need you to hear this with great tenderness, because this is where many hearts misunderstand me. I do not remember your past to hold it against you. I remember your past because I was there in it, and I know exactly what it did to you. I know what it shaped. I know what it stole. I know what it awakened. I know what it silenced. I know what it distorted. I know where your reactions come from. I know why certain things still sting. I know why some words can affect you more than they should. I know why certain kinds of distance from others make your chest tighten before you can even explain why. Your past did not happen in a void. It left impressions. It created patterns. It taught your nervous system things your spirit never wanted to learn. It carved pathways in the way you interpret love, risk, rejection, responsibility, and disappointment. That is why I do not rush you when old pain resurfaces. That is why I do not look at your present struggle as though it exists without context. I see the full thread. I see the origin. I see the first cut, not just the latest ache. And because I remember it all, I am able to love you with precision, not distance. I know the exact places where shame still tries to revisit you. I know the moments you replay and wish you could undo. I know the choices you made when you were hurting, scared, immature, desperate, lonely, or trying to survive something you did not yet have the wisdom to handle. I know the moments when you failed yourself. I know the moments when others failed you. I know the difference between the two, even when you have blurred them together and blamed yourself for everything. My child, do not keep carrying your history as though it is a courtroom that never closes. Stop standing before the memory of your past and sentencing yourself again, and again for what I have already seen in full. Some of the things you keep revisiting were painful because they were unjust. Some were painful because they were consequences. Some were painful because they were simply part of living in a broken world. But not all pain should become identity. Not every mistake should become a name you answer to. Not every season of confusion should become proof that you are permanently damaged. I know your past more completely than you do, and I am telling you now, it is not beyond redemption. So come with me. Do not run when the memory surfaces. Do not numb yourself when the old scenes begin to play. Stay with me in the remembering. Let me show you what you could not see then. Let me reveal where I was protecting you even when you felt exposed. Let me show you where I carried you when you thought you were standing alone. Let me uncover the lies that formed in those moments and replace them with truth. Do not fear the light. Invite it in. Let me walk back with you, not so you can live there, but so you can finally leave with healing instead of shame. And I want you to understand something deeper, my child, because your past has not only been a place of pain, it has also been a place where seeds were planted, some by life, some by wounds, some by choices, and some by me. There are things in your past that you still interpret only through loss, but I see layers you have not fully considered. I see the endurance that formed when you thought you were simply surviving. I see the wisdom that began growing in seasons where you felt like everything was falling apart. I see the discernment that came from being misled. I see the tenderness that remained in you even after life gave you reasons to become hard. I see the restraint you develop after learning how destructive certain reactions could be. I see the humility that came through failure. I see the compassion that deepened because you learned what it feels like to carry hidden pain. I see the quiet strength that emerged from the places where you had no applause, no visible progress, and no guarantee that things would improve soon. You look back and see fragments. I look back and see formation. You look back and see embarrassment. I look back and see a child learning, stumbling, grieving, adjusting, and trying to find footing in places that were often unstable. It does not mean every painful thing was good. It means I am capable of bringing good out of what should have crushed you. That is why I am asking you now to stop treating your past like a graveyard where all hope must remain buried. Instead, bring it to me as ground I can still redeem. Walk with me through the memories that make you flinch. Sit with me in the places where regret still tightens your chest. Let me touch the moments you avoid because you feel ashamed of who you were, what you allowed, what you missed, what you said, what you stayed in too long, what you walked away from too soon, or what you thought would save you but only left you emptier. Bring it all. Do not curate the story before you hand it to me. I already know it in full. And because I know it, I can separate truth from accusation. I can show you where responsibility belongs and where it does not. I can help you grieve what was real without turning that grief into self-condemnation. I can help you forgive what happened without pretending it did not wound you. I can help you learn from what was costly without making that cost the center of your identity. I can take the memory that has been haunting you and turn it into a place of holy understanding instead of recurring torment. But you must stop approaching your past only as a place of punishment. Invite me to reinterpret it. Ask me to show you where my hand was hidden. Ask me to reveal what survived in you that the pain did not destroy. Ask me to uncover the false beliefs that formed there. Ask me to break agreement with the labels you took on in those years. Say it plainly if you need to. Show me what is still living in me from that season that does not belong anymore. That is a brave prayer. That is a healing prayer. That is how you stop dragging old chapters into new rooms. Because, my child, some of what burdens you today is not today's burden at all. It is yesterday's wound speaking through today's circumstance. It is an old fear trying to govern a new relationship. It is a former loss trying to make you distrust present hope. It is an old humiliation trying to convince you that growth is dangerous, because failure might be seen again. I see all of that, and because I see it, I am calling you now. Stop letting old shadows decide your present posture. Step closer. Sit with me. Let me uncover. Let me untangle. Let me remind you that your story is not a chain of irreversible damage. It is a living testimony still being written, still being healed, still being restored. I remember every detail, yes, but I do not remember it as evidence against you. I remember it as part of the ground from which I am still bringing life. I remember it as the soil where I can grow wisdom, clarity, compassion, strength, and freedom. I remember it because I am your father, and fathers who truly love do not forget what shaped their child. They stay close enough to help them heal from it. So stop bracing every time the past comes near. Instead, invite me into it. Let me stand between you and the accusation. Let me speak louder than the shame. Let me show you what remains true after everything that happened. You are still mine. You are still loved. You are still being restored. And what was behind you no longer has the right to define what I am building in front of you. My child, after walking with you through the pain, I want to gently turn your face toward something you have not looked at enough. Something I have seen in you all along, even when you have struggled to believe it was still there. I see the good in you that you overlook. I see the beauty in your heart that you dismiss because you are too aware of your flaws. I see the tenderness in you that has survived despite everything that could have made you hard. I see the sincerity in the way you love, even when you feel clumsy expressing it. I see the way you try. I see the way you care. I see the quiet sacrifices you make that no one thanks you for. I see the restraint you have shown in moments when pain wanted to speak through you more sharply than it did. I see the kindness you offered on days when you were already empty. I see the patience you extended while your own heart was restless. I see the compassion that rises in you when someone else is hurting, even when you are carrying pain of your own. You are so used to measuring yourself by what still needs healing that you often fail to notice what my grace has already preserved in you. You focus on your inconsistency, but I see your sincerity. You focus on the moments you fell short, but I see the countless times you chose not to become bitter. You focus on your weakness, but I see how many times you kept showing up with a trembling heart and still did what love required. You focus on the parts of yourself that feel unfinished, and yes, I am still working there, but do not make the mistake of thinking unfinished means empty. There is already fruit in you. There is already beauty in you. There is already evidence of my hand in the way you carry yourself, even if it feels ordinary to you because it is part of how you live. The world often notices what is loud, dramatic, and easily displayed. But I notice what is real. I notice the private goodness that grows where no one is clapping. I notice the way you stop yourself from saying something cruel because you know what harshness can do. I notice the way you still hope for people even after disappointment has made hope more expensive. I notice the way you still feel deeply instead of numbing yourself completely. I notice the way you still long to do what is right even when it would be easier to become cynical. I notice the way you keep looking for meaning instead of surrendering to emptiness. I notice the way you still respond when I nudge your heart, even if your response feels small. My child, do not be so quick to reduce yourself to your worst moments. Do not build your self-understanding only around what hurt you or what you regret. You are more than the chapter that wounded you. You are more than the season that humbled you. You are more than the mistake that embarrassed you. You are more than the insecurity that still flares up when life feels uncertain. There is goodness in you that pain did not destroy. There is gentleness in you that disappointment did not erase. There is loyalty in you that betrayal did not kill. There is generosity in you that scarcity did not shut down. There is softness in you that survival mode has not fully stolen. And I want you to stop rushing past that as if it is insignificant. Pause and receive what I am saying. Let yourself consider that I may be telling the truth about you in ways your inner critic never has. Let yourself believe that I see what you cannot. Do not argue with my tenderness. Do not dismiss my view because your own has become harsh. Sit still. Let me name the good. Let me point out the beauty. Let me remind you you are beneath the fatigue, beneath the fear, beneath the self-doubt that has grown louder than it should. This matters because if you only see yourself through failure, you will misinterpret the entire work I am doing in you. You will keep calling yourself broken when I am actually shaping something beautiful. You will keep shrinking when I am asking you to stand. You will keep apologizing for qualities I planted in you. So listen now and receive this as a gift. I see your heart, and there is more beauty there than you have allowed yourself to believe. And I want to take this even deeper, my child, because seeing the good in you is not just about comfort. It is about alignment. It is about helping you live from truth instead of from a distorted self-image built by pain, criticism, comparison, or old shame. When you fail to see the good I see in you, you start relating to life from a place of unnecessary smallness. You begin to doubt qualities that are actually part of your calling. You begin to silence instincts that are rooted in wisdom because you assume you are overreacting. You begin to hide compassion because you are afraid it makes you look weak. You begin to suppress your gentleness because the world rewards harder edges. You begin to question your discernment because people once made you feel foolish for noticing what they ignored. You begin to withhold your voice because someone mishandled your honesty in the past. My child, I do not want you living at war with what I lovingly placed inside you. I want you to come into agreement with my view of you. That does not mean arrogance. It means accuracy. It means learning to see yourself as someone still being formed, yes, but also as someone already carrying traces of my nature in ways that matter. You are not empty. You are not a lost cause. You are not only a collection of issues to fix. There are holy things in you that need nurturing, not suspicion. There are beautiful traits in you that need strengthening, not constant apology. There are gifts in you that have been hidden under self-doubt for too long. And if you keep letting old wounds narrate your identity, you will keep underestimating what I want to do through you. So I am asking you now, very personally, very directly, stop speaking over yourself with language I am not using. Stop calling yourself worthless when I have never said that. Stop reducing yourself to your failures when I am looking at your faithfulness. Stop assuming your tenderness is a liability when I can use it as a place of deep healing for others. Stop dismissing your sensitivity as weakness when it often allows you to perceive what harder hearts miss. Stop condemning yourself for needing reassurance in places where you were wounded. Instead, bring those places to me and let me strengthen them without erasing what makes you beautifully you. Come closer and let me recalibrate your self-understanding. Ask me to show you what I see when I look at you. Ask me to reveal what is still alive in you despite the seasons that tried to bury it. Ask me to uncover the strengths that have been disguised as ordinary because they have become part of how you survive. Ask me to teach you how to honor the work I have already done in you without becoming proud or self-protective. There is a healthy humility that receives truth, and I want that for you. I want you to be able to say, without shame and without performance, there is goodness in me because my Father has been at work in me. That is not vanity. That is worship. That is trust. That is you agreeing with heaven instead of repeating the accusations of old wounds. And as you learn to see yourself more clearly, something beautiful begins to happen. You stop grasping for approval in the wrong places. You stop over-explaining your worth to people who were never equipped to validate it. You stop apologizing for existing with depth, care, tenderness, and conviction. You stop collapsing every time someone misunderstands you. You become steadier. You become less reactive. You become more rooted in what I say than in what passing voices imply. That is freedom, my child. That is what I want for you. So stay here with me and let me continue to name the beauty you overlook. Let me remind you of the courage hidden inside your consistency. Let me show you the quiet nobility in the way you keep loving even when love has cost you something. Let me point to the maturity that has grown in you while you were busy criticizing yourself for not being further along. Let me reveal the strength in your softness, the wisdom in your caution, the sincerity in your longing, the dignity in your perseverance, the grace in the way you still return to me after every hard season. These things are real. These things are precious. These things are part of the story I am writing in you. And the more you let my voice define you, the less power old lies will have to keep you small. So open your hands. Receive my perspective. Let it settle. Let it soften the places where self-rejection has lived too long. Let it lift your head. Let it change the way you speak to yourself when no one else is around. Because I see the good in you, my child, and I do not want you to keep walking past treasures I have lovingly placed in your own heart. My child, as I have shown you the good you overlook, do not keep this light hidden within you alone. What I am awakening in your heart is meant to become a river that reaches others. Jair Hebrew Pain Hebrew Dalit Hebrew Yud Hebrew Nun, walking in darkness, forgetting the beauty I placed in them. When you give, you are sowing seeds into a harvest of restored identity, where weary souls will finally see themselves as I see them. I tell you even now, those who sow in tears shall reap in joy, and your offering becomes oil that keeps this flame of truth burning for many. This is not a small act. It is a holy partnership with my voice moving across the earth. If your heart has been stirred, that stirring is my invitation. Do not ignore it. Bless this work through super thanks. Join in membership or give through PayPal in the description, and watch how I multiply what you release. Step into this moment, my child. Give now, and let your seed speak where your voice cannot. My child, stay with me here and do not rush through this part, because I want to speak to something you rarely explain honestly, even to yourself. I know why you sometimes pull away. I know why you go quiet when your heart is overwhelmed. I know why you create distance when what you really need is comfort. I know why you become harder to reach in the very moments when you most need to be held. You have learned habits of retreat that were not born from coldness but from pain. You were not created to hide, but life taught you how. There were seasons when opening your heart did not bring understanding. There were times when honesty was met with impatience, when vulnerability was met with silence, when your need was met with confusion, criticism, or indifference. You remember more of those moments than you admit. They shaped you quietly. They taught you that pulling back could feel safer than being exposed. They trained your heart to step away before disappointment could step in again. That is why sometimes you become distant without wanting to be. That is why sometimes you disappear emotionally before you disappear physically. That is why sometimes your silence says more than your words ever could. And I need you to hear this with tenderness, because I do not want you judging yourself harshly for what I understand clearly. Your withdrawal is not always rebellion. Your silence is not always rejection. Your distance is not always disinterest. Many times, it is your soul trying to survive what it does not yet know how to process. I know when you are not ignoring me. I know when you are simply exhausted. I know when you are not turning your back. I know when you are afraid of being disappointed again. I know when you are not resisting love. I know when you are trying to protect the bruised places in you that still ache when they are touched too suddenly. You have often blamed yourself for being inconsistent, but I see the deeper story. I see how your heart learned caution. I see how your trust became careful. I see how your inner world started closing doors because too many things entered without tenderness. My child, I am not offended by the places where you hesitate. I am not shocked by the way you sometimes shut down. I am not standing far away waiting for you to become emotionally flawless before I come close. I come closer precisely because I know what is underneath your retreat. And this is what I want you to do now. Stop treating every moment of withdrawal as proof that something is wrong with you. Instead, bring your retreat into the light. Notice it. Name it. Sit with it. Ask yourself honestly what you are trying to protect. Ask yourself what felt touched. Ask yourself what fear rose so quickly that distance felt easier than staying present. Do not run from the pattern. Look at it with me. Let me show you the hidden hinge on the door you keep closing. Let me reveal the older wound that present tension keeps brushing against. Let me help you understand the difference between wise boundaries and fear-based withdrawal. Because those are not the same, and your healing depends on learning that difference. Sometimes you truly need space, and that is wisdom. But sometimes you pull away because pain has convinced you that closeness is dangerous, and that is where I want to gently retrain your heart. Come here. Sit with me in the stillness. Do not defend the habit. Do not justify the distance too quickly. Let me speak into it. Let me show you that you do not always have to disappear to stay safe. Let me teach you what it feels like to remain present without being consumed. Let me walk with you in those moments when you feel the urge to shut down, because that urge has become familiar, but familiar is not always faithful. Familiar can become a prison when it keeps you from receiving the very love and healing you have been praying for. And because I know why you pull away, my child, I also know what your heart is truly asking for underneath that movement. Beneath the silence, you are often asking, will I still be loved if I do not know how to explain what I feel? Beneath the distance, you are asking, will someone stay if I am not easy to understand right now? Beneath the guardedness, you are asking, is there anywhere I can be honest without being mishandled? Beneath the retreat, you are often longing for reassurance more than isolation. That is why I want you to stop misreading your own heart. You have sometimes called yourself detached when what you really were was wounded. You have sometimes called yourself difficult when what you really were was overwhelmed. You have sometimes assumed you were pushing love away when what you really wanted was a kind of love that felt safe enough to stay close. I know that about you. I know the ache beneath the armor. I know the need beneath the numbness. I know the softness still hidden under all the careful layers. And I want you to stop punishing yourself for needing gentleness. That is not weakness. That is not failure. That is not something to be ashamed of. It is part of being human, and it is part of being deeply formed by both love and loss. But now I want to lead you somewhere new. I want you to practice something holy in the moments when your heart starts backing away. Pause before you disappear. Breathe before you close the door. Turn toward me before you turn inward so sharply that you cannot hear anything else. Say it simply if that is all you can manage. I want to pull away right now. That honesty is powerful. That moment of awareness is sacred. That is where the old pattern begins to lose some of its power. Then stay there with me a little longer. Let me steady you before fear finishes writing the story. Let me remind you that not every present discomfort is a replay of the past. Let me show you when you are protecting peace and when you are protecting pain. Let me teach you how to remain in a room with your feelings instead of fleeing them the moment they become intense. Because if you keep disappearing every time your heart gets tender, you will keep missing the deeper healing I want to bring into those exact places. I do not want you to live in permanent emotional hiding. I do not want you to keep mistaking distance for safety. I do not want you to keep losing connection because pain still has the loudest voice in your reflexes. There is a better way, and I will teach it to you patiently. You do not need to master it overnight. You do not need to become instantly open, instantly fearless, instantly free. Just start here. Notice the urge. Invite me in. Tell the truth. Stay a little longer than usual. Resist the instinct to vanish completely. Let me meet you in the middle of the discomfort. Let me show you that staying present does not always end in harm. Let me build trust in you slowly, not through pressure, but through repeated moments of safe surrender. And listen closely, because I want this to rest deep in you. When you pull away from others, I do not stop reaching for you. When you go quiet, I do not assume you no longer care. When you become difficult to read, I do not lose patience with your heart. I remain. I stay. I watch with compassion. I wait with tenderness. I keep speaking softly until your soul is ready to hear again. That is what safe love does. That is what my love does. So come back, even if it is slowly. Return, even if your words are few. Stay near, even if your emotions are tangled. Let me be the place where your guarded heart learns that it can exhale. Let me become the steady shelter where your soul no longer feels the need to run at the first sign of vulnerability. You do not have to disappear to survive, my child. You can come closer. You can stay. You can learn a new way. And I will be right here, patient and present, as your heart begins to believe that truth. My child, come closer and be very honest with me now, because I want to touch something that has been exhausting you in ways you do not always admit. I see the fear beneath your need to stay in control. I see how often you grip the details, manage the outcomes, rehearse the possibilities, and try to stay ahead of what might go wrong. I know you call it being responsible. Sometimes it is. I know you call it being prepared. Sometimes it is. I know you call it wisdom, caution, discernment, maturity. Sometimes those words are true. But there are also moments when what looks like control is really fear wearing respectable clothes. It is fear with a planner. It is fear with a strategy. It is fear with a backup plan for the backup plan. It is fear trying to make uncertainty feel smaller by becoming hypervigilant, hyper-alert, and hyper-responsible. I know the reason, my child. You did not become this way for no reason. Life taught you that unexpected pain can arrive fast. Disappointment taught you that trust too easy in God you did. Loss taught you that what feels secure can shift without warning. Delays taught you that waiting can stir panic. Betrayal taught you that not everything is what it seems. And somewhere in the middle of those experiences you made a quiet agreement with yourself. If I can just stay ahead of it, maybe I can stop it from hurting me again. I understand that. I understand the instinct. I understand why you want to know where everything stands. Why you read the room. Why you monitor changes in tone. Why you replay conversations. Why you scan for signs. Why you feel relief when you can predict the next move. I understand why surrender feels risky when control has become your false comfort. But I need you to hear me with tenderness and truth. Control has become a heavy crown on your head. It is not protecting you the way you think. It is draining you. It is stealing your peace before anything has even happened. It is making your body live in tomorrow before today hath been lived. It is teaching your nervous system to stay ready for impact even in moments that are meant to be safe. It is making you mistake tension for safety and constant management for stability. My child, that is not freedom. That is captivity with a polished face. And I do not want you living like that. I do not want you carrying a private storm every time something feels uncertain. I do not want you gripping life so tightly that you cannot receive what I am trying to give you in the present moment. I do not want you exhausting yourself by trying to secure outcomes that are not yours to secure. So stop for a moment. Pause your inner calculations. Breathe. Loosen your grip. Ask yourself what you are really afraid of. Do not just say, "I need to know what's happening." Go deeper. Ask what feels unsafe right now. Ask, what am I trying to prevent? Ask, what old pain is making this present uncertainty feel bigger than it is? That is where I want to meet you. Not in the surface strategy, but in the fear underneath it. Because if you only keep adjusting the strategy without addressing the fear, you will keep recreating the same internal prison in different forms. You will keep calling it caution while your soul quietly starves for peace. I want better for you. I want you to learn what it feels like to prepare wisely without living in panic. I want you to know what it means to be responsible without being ruled by the need to manage everything. I want you to experience the deep relief of knowing that trust is not recklessness. Trust is the release of false responsibility. Trust is what happens when you stop acting like you are alone in the outcome. So come here and let me teach you. Do not defend the grip. Open your hand. Let me into the place where control has become your comfort. Let me show you that I can steady you in uncertainty without demanding that you know every detail first. And because I see the fear beneath your need to stay in control, my child, I also see how much of your weariness is connected to trying to carry what belongs to me. You have been trying to manage timing that only I can see. You have been trying to secure relationships that require free hearts, not force. You have been trying to protect yourself from future disappointment by analyzing every signal until you are too tired to enjoy what is actually in front of you. You have been trying to outrun pain by staying mentally one step ahead, but this kind of constant vigilance does not create peace. It only creates the illusion of control while slowly eroding your rest. I want you to notice what this has been doing to you. Notice how often you cannot fully relax. Notice how quickly your mind jumps ahead. Notice how hard it can be to sit in the unknown without immediately trying to fill in the blanks. Notice how much of your energy gets spent on scenarios that never even happen. Notice how often your heart is tired not because of what occurred, but because of everything you carried in anticipation. My child, you are paying interest on fears that have not even matured. You are spending strength on battles that have not begun. You are borrowing sorrow from possibilities instead of receiving grace for what is actually here. That is why I am asking you now, lovingly, but firmly, stop trying to be your own forecast, your own fortress, your own failsafe. Let me be God in the places where you have quietly tried to become your own protector. Release the illusion that if you think hard enough, monitor closely enough, plan carefully enough, and anticipate every angle, you can keep your heart from ever being hurt again. You cannot. And that is not because you are failing. It is because control was never meant to be your savior. I am. This is where I want to lead you into a new kind of strength. Not the strength of gripping tighter, but the strength of resting deeper. Not the strength of perfect management, but the strength of practiced surrender. Not the strength of always knowing, but the strength of staying near me when you do not know. That kind of strength will change your life. It will calm your mind. It will soften your body. It will restore your ability to be present. It will help you hear me more clearly because fear will no longer be filling every empty space with noise. So do this with me now. Take a situation that feels uncertain. Name it. Hold it before me. Then tell the truth. I am afraid of what could happen. Say it plainly. Do not dress it up. Do not pretend. Then hand me the outcome. Hand me the unanswered part. Hand me the timing. Hand me the response you cannot control. Hand me the person you cannot manage. Hand me the future you keep trying to force into clarity before it is time. Then breathe and stay. Stay in the discomfort long enough to discover that surrender is not collapse. Stay long enough to feel that peace can exist before certainty arrives. Stay long enough to let my presence become more convincing than your panic. This is how you retrain your heart. This is how you step out of control and into trust without becoming careless. You still plan, but you do not obsess. You still prepare, but you do not spiral. You still pay attention, but you do not worship certainty. You still use wisdom, but you do not let fear masquerade as wisdom when it is really just old pain trying to feel safe. My child, I am not taking away your responsibility. I am removing the false burden from it. I am not asking you to stop caring. I am asking you to stop carrying outcomes as though your peace must depend on them. Let me hold what is beyond you. Let me stand in the future you keep trying to enter early. Let me be your security in the unknown. Because the more you let me lead here, the less frantic your inner life becomes. You start to notice that not every unanswered question is a threat. Not every pause is a warning. Not every delay is a disaster. Sometimes the unknown is simply the place where trust grows roots. Sometimes the gap between what you want and what you can confirm is where I am teaching you that I am steady even when life is not fully mapped. So come closer, my child. Stop white-knuckling your way through what could be walked through with me. Release the need to control every corner of the path. Let me guide you step by step. Let me calm the storm beneath the strategy. Let me touch the fear beneath the need to manage. Let me give you a peace that does not depend on having all the answers before the journey begins. Because I see what is underneath your grip, and I am not here to shame it. I am here to heal it. I am here to free you from it. I am here to teach your heart that safety is not found in controlling everything around you, but in staying close to the one who already holds what you cannot. My child, stay with me now, because I want to speak directly into one of the heaviest rooms inside your heart, the one you visit more often than you admit. I know the regrets you revisit in silence. I know the memories that return when the day grows quiet and your mind begins opening old doors. I know the moments you replay as if one more review might somehow rewrite them. I know the conversations you still edit in your imagination, the choices you still second-guess, the people you wish you had understood sooner, the warnings you wish you had not ignored, the exits you wish you had taken earlier, the risks you wish you had taken when fear talked you out of them. I know all of it. I know the private ache of looking back and feeling like you could have saved yourself pain if only you had seen more clearly, moved more quickly, spoken more honestly, trusted less, trusted more, waited longer, left sooner. Regret can be so cruel because it speaks with the false confidence of hindsight. It shows you what now seems obvious and uses that clarity like a blade against the version of you who was living without the information you have today. It sits in the courtroom of your mind and acts as though you should have known everything before you had lived through anything. But I want you to stop and listen to me carefully, because I need to break the power of that lie over you. You are not meant to keep dragging yourself back into old scenes just to punish yourself with knowledge you only gained by surviving them. That is not wisdom. That is self-cruelty dressed up as reflection. I know what you did not know then. I know what fear was doing to you then. I know how tired you were then. I know what loneliness was influencing in you then. I know how badly you wanted peace, love, stability, relief, validation, direction, safety, or some kind of answer. I know the emotional weather of those moments. I know the pressure. I know the confusion. I know the desperation. I know the blind spots. I know what you were carrying. I know what you were lacking. I know what had already wounded you before that choice was ever made. My child, you are often looking back at an older version of yourself with the expectations of the healed wisdom you are only beginning to grow into now. That is not fair. That is not truthful. That is not how I see you. I do not look at your past and only see what you missed. I see what shaped the decision. I see the hunger behind the mistake. I see the pain behind the pattern. I see the hope behind the misstep. I see the immaturity that needed growth. Yes, but I also see the humanity that needed mercy. And that is what I am asking you to receive right now. Mercy. Not denial. Not excuses. Not pretending some things did not cost you deeply. Mercy. The kind that tells the truth without chaining you to it forever. The kind that allows responsibility without turning it into identity. The kind that says, yes, that happened. Yes, it mattered. Yes, you're. But no, it does not get to define you forever. Come here. Sit with me in the memory you keep avoiding and revisiting at the same time. Bring me the scene. Bring me the choice. Bring me the face. Bring me the words. Bring me the opportunity you think you lost forever. Bring me the moment you believe changed everything. Stop circling it alone. Stop replaying it without me. Stop letting shame narrate the meaning of it. Let me into the memory. Let me show you what was true there and what was accusation. Let me separate conviction from condemnation. Let me reveal what was genuinely yours to learn and what has become a burden you were never meant to keep carrying. Because some of what you call regret is actually unresolved grief. Some of it is sadness that life did not go the way you hoped. Some of it is pain that trust was misplaced. Some of it is heartbreak that innocence was lost. Some of it is mourning for a version of you that did not yet know better. Do not keep beating that version of yourself with today's awareness. Instead, bring that version of yourself to me. Let me hold them. Let me love them. Let me speak over them. Let me show you that even in your most regretted moments, I did not step away in disgust. I stayed near. I saw everything. And I am still here, not to reopen the wound for punishment, but to close it with truth, tenderness, and restoration. And because I know the regrets you revisit in silence, my child, I also know how regret quietly steals from your present when it is left unchecked. It does not stay in the past. It leaks into your confidence. It alters how you approach new opportunities. It makes you hesitate when I am inviting you forward. It makes you suspicious of joy, cautious with hope, and fearful of trusting your own discernment again. Regret can become a shadow over the future if you keep feeding it with shame instead of surrender. It can make you believe that one wrong turn disqualified you from beautiful things. It can make you feel like you are permanently behind, as if everyone else is moving ahead while you are still emotionally paying for a chapter I have already been trying to heal. My child, I do not want you living like that. I do not want you waking up inside old verdicts. I do not want you shrinking every time a new possibility resembles a place where you once got hurt. I do not want you holding back your whole heart because you are still afraid of repeating what once wounded you. Learn from the past. Yes. Let it teach you. Let it sharpen your wisdom. Let it refine your discernment. But do not let it become the ruler of your future. Wisdom listens. Shame. Wisdom says, now I know better. Shame says, I will always be this. Wisdom grows. Shame freezes. Wisdom moves with humility. Shame stalls with self-punishment. I want you to choose wisdom and reject shame. That means you must do something intentional. Stop rehearsing regret as if repetition will somehow redeem it. It will not. Redemption is not found in endless replay. Redemption is found in surrender, repentance where needed, grieving what was lost, learning what is true, and then walking forward with me. So do this now, even as you hear my voice. Identify the regret that visits you most. Do not run from it. Name it. Say it plainly. Then ask me, what did you want me to learn there? Not, how can I punish myself more thoroughly? Ask, what truth do I need from that memory? Ask, what lie did I carry out of that season that no longer belongs in me? Ask, what part of me is still stuck there? These are holy questions. These are healing questions. Then let me answer with patience. Sometimes the lesson will be clear. Sometimes the lesson will take time. But the moment you stop using regret as a whip and start bringing it to me as soil for wisdom, something changes inside you. You begin to soften. You begin to breathe. You begin to realize that the story is not over where the mistake happened. I can build from broken places. I can restore what was misused. I can redeem years that feel lost. I can take what embarrassed you and turn it into discernment. I can take what humbled you and turn it into maturity. I can take what nearly shattered your self-trust and rebuild it on deeper truth, steadier than before. But you must let me. Stop guarding the regret like it is sacred punishment you must keep. Release it. Hand it to me. Lay it down. And hear me closely, because I want this to settle all the way into your spirit. I am not standing over your past saying, you should have known better, without also offering the mercy, healing, and transformation you needed. I am not mocking your younger self. I am not rolling my eyes at the chapter you wish had gone differently. I am your father. I am the one who knows how fragile you were in that season. I am the one who saw what pain was clouding your choices. I am the one who stayed when you were confused, when you were impulsive, when you were desperate, when you were afraid, when you were numb, when you were trying to find relief in all the wrong places. And because I stayed then, I am staying now. So stop revisiting the memory only to accuse yourself. Visit it with me, and let it become a place of redemption instead of recurring torment. Let me speak the final word over what you keep replaying. Let me show you that regret does not get to be your ruler. Let me teach you how to carry the lesson without carrying the chains. Let me lead you out of the courtroom and into healing. Your future is too precious for you to keep living under sentences I never wrote. Come out of that silent prison, my child. Step into mercy. Step into wisdom. Step into the freedom of being honest about what happened without surrendering your identity to it. Because what you regret is real, but it is not greater than my power to redeem what still aches when you remember. My child, as I lift you out of regret and break the chains of your past, I now call you into a future that redeems not only you, but others through you. What I have healed in your silence, I will use as a testimony for those still trapped in theirs. Every gift you release becomes a seed planted into wounded hearts, turning regret into wisdom and shame into freedom. Have I not said I restore the years the locust has eaten? And I do this not only for you, but through you. This is your moment to transform pain into purpose, to let what once hurt you now help someone else rise. Do not hesitate, for this is a divine exchange. Your giving fuels the light that pulls others out of their darkest memories. Support through Super Thanks, become a member, or give through PayPal in the description, and I will breathe increase upon it. Act now, my child, and let redemption flow through your obedience. My child, come closer, and do not rush this moment, because I want to speak to the weariness you have been carrying so quietly that even you have started calling it normal. I see how tired you have become. I do not just see the kind of tiredness that sleep might touch for a few hours. I see the deeper exhaustion, the kind that settles into your thoughts, your emotions, your body, your hope, your motivation, your reactions, your prayers. I see the tiredness behind your eyes when you are trying to stay composed. I see the drag in your spirit when you wake up and the day already feels heavy before it has even fully started. I see the way you keep going because you have responsibilities, people depending on you, tasks to finish, decisions to make, and no obvious place where life allows you to simply stop. I know how often you have told yourself, just keep moving. Just get through today. Just handle this. One more thing. And I know how those days have turned into weeks, and those weeks into seasons, until what began as temporary strain started becoming the atmosphere you live in. My child, that is not something I want you to ignore. You have been strong in ways that others may never fully understand, but some of that strength has become survival strength rather than soul strength. You have been pushing through on fumes. You have been functioning without replenishment. You have been carrying emotional residue from yesterday into today and then wondering why even small things feel heavier than they used to. You have been living with layered fatigue, not just from what is happening now, but from everything that never got processed, grieved, released, or rested. I see the accumulated wear. I see the slow erosion that comes when you keep giving without receiving, solving without slowing, enduring without exhaling, and caring without laying anything down. I see how you can still laugh and yet feel tired underneath it. I see how you can still do what needs to be done and yet feel strangely disconnected from joy. I see how your mind sometimes keeps running long after your body is begging to stop. I see how you have had moments where even things you care about feel harder to engage with because your inner world is overgrown. I see how easily irritation can rise now, how quickly discouragement can land, how much smaller your margin feels. That is not because you are becoming weak. It is because you have been running on reserves for too long. And I need you to stop treating that like it is no big deal. Do not dismiss your weariness just because you are still functioning. Functioning is not the same as flourishing. Enduring is not the same as being well. You can be faithful and still be tired. You can be responsible and still be depleted. You can love me and still be exhausted. There is no shame in that. But there is danger in ignoring it. So stop and acknowledge it. Tell the truth. Say, I am tired. Say it without minimizing. Say it without immediately explaining why you should still be able to handle more. Say it without comparing yourself to someone else. Let the truth stand. Let the weight be named. Let the fatigue be seen. Then come sit with me. Do not come to me only with your requests. Come to me with your weariness itself. Bring me the drained places. Bring me the overextended places. Bring me the part of you that keeps trying to be useful while quietly running empty. I am not asking you to prove your endurance. I am inviting you into rest that reaches deeper than sleep, deeper than a day off, deeper than temporary relief. I want to meet the part of you that has been surviving so long it forgot what peace feels like. I want to touch the places where your soul has become tight, overworked, overexposed, overburdened. Let me. Do not resist. Do not postpone. Do not keep calling it just stress if it is becoming spiritual erosion. Let me tend to you now. And because I see how tired you have become, my child, I also see the lie that often grows in tired places. It is the lie that says you do not have permission to rest until everything is finished, until everyone is okay, until every responsibility is handled, until every unanswered question is resolved, until every burden is lighter. until every demand quiets down. But if you keep waiting for that perfect moment, you will keep starving your soul while hoping circumstances suddenly become gentle enough to make rest feel justified. That moment may not come the way you imagine, which is why I am asking you to learn something holy right now. Rest is not a reward for having no needs around you. Rest is an act of trust. It is a declaration that you are not the one holding all things together. It is the decision to let me be God while you remain human. My child, you have been living like collapse is not allowed. You have been acting as if slowing down would be irresponsible, as if needing care would make you less faithful, as if admitting your limits would somehow disappoint me. But I know your limits because I formed you. I know your capacity because I made your frame. I know how much your mind can hold before it becomes foggy. I know how much your emotions can absorb before they start reacting more sharply. I know how much pressure your body can carry before it begins sending signals you should not ignore. I am not asking you to become less devoted. I am asking you to become more honest. I am not calling you to laziness. I am calling you to sacred replenishment. I am calling you to rhythms that protect what is precious in you. I am calling you to stop glorifying depletion as though burnout is proof of love. It is not. Sometimes burnout is the sound of a soul that has been trying to meet needs I never asked it to carry alone. So listen carefully and obey me gently here. Pause before you break. Rest before resentment grows. Step back before numbness becomes your normal. Sit still long enough to hear what your soul has been trying to say underneath all the noise. You may discover that some of your weariness is not just from work. It is from unprocessed grief. It is from constant mental overdrive. It is from emotional hypervigilance. It is from carrying responsibilities I told you to release. It is from trying to be available to everyone while rarely being present to your own heart. It is from the pressure of performing strength when what you really need is to be held. Bring that to me. Do not come with your polished version. Bring me the drained, dusty, dull places. Bring me the lack of motivation. Bring me the mental fog. Bring me the emotional flatness. Bring me the irritability that surprises you. Bring me the heaviness you keep putting past. Let me show you what needs actual rest and what needs release. Let me show you what needs boundaries and what needs grieving. Let me show you what needs sleep and what needs surrender. Let me show you what needs silence and what needs truth. I can restore more than your energy. I can restore your inner spaciousness. I can return your capacity to feel joy without effort. I can calm the overworked parts of your mind. I can soften the constant alertness in your body. I can rebuild your margin. I can renew your strength in ways that are not performative, not frantic, not forced. But you must stop treating yourself like a machine. You are my child, not a tool. You are a soul, not a system. You are a heart, not a machine that should keep producing no matter what it has absorbed. So come here and let me care for you. Let me tell you when enough is enough. Let me lead you beside still waters instead of waiting until you collapse in the desert. Let me retrain you to believe that rest is not abandonment of duty. It is alignment with design. It is wisdom. It is trust. It is the quiet courage to admit that you are not endless, and that is not a flaw. That is why I want you to stop apologizing for being tired. Stop pretending you are fine when you are afraid. Stop forcing smiles when your soul needs stillness. Stop postponing care because you think someone else needs you more. Come first to me. Sit down. Exhale. Release the rush. Let my presence become your recovery room. Let my voice become the place where your mind unclenches. Let my peace settle into the cracks where pressure has been leaking out your strength. I see how tired you have become, my child, and I am not standing at a distance telling you to simply try harder. I am opening my arms and telling you to come rest. Come now. Come honestly. Come without performance. Let me hold what you cannot keep holding. Let me restore what constant pressure has worn thin. Let me remind you that you were never meant to carry life like a machine that never stops. You were made to walk with me, and when you walk with me closely, even in hard seasons, your soul begins to remember that exhaustion does not have to be your permanent home. My child, come closer now, and do not turn away from this part, because this is where many of my children hesitate. This is where they love me, speak to me, even long for me, yet still keep certain rooms inside themselves half closed, dimly lit, quietly guarded. But I want you to hear me with great tenderness and complete clarity. Nothing hidden in your heart scares me. Nothing you carry inside, no matter how tangled, how raw, how unfinished, how confusing, how embarrassing, has ever made me step back from you. I know the parts of you that aren't easy to present. I know the generous side, the thoughtful side, the faithful side, the responsible side. I know the parts you feel comfortable bringing into prayer. But I also know the rooms you avoid. I know the resentment you do not want to admit still flares up when certain names or memories surface. I know the jealousy that surprises you and makes you feel ashamed because you thought you were more healed than that. I know the anger you bury under politeness because you do not know what to do with how sharp it feels when something touches an old wound. I know the disappointment you have toward yourself. I know the disappointment you have toward others. I know the disappointment you have felt toward me in moments you did not dare say out loud. I know the confusion that sits beside your faith. I know the weariness that sometimes makes love feel harder to access. I know the numbness that sometimes settles over you and makes you wonder whether your heart is becoming colder than you ever wanted it to be. I know the private fears that make you imagine worst-case endings before good things have even had a chance to breathe. I know the secret cravings for comfort, validation, escape, control, affection, reassurance, or relief that you sometimes judge harshly instead of understanding honestly. I know the places where your heart is still divided, still bruised, still searching, still learning, still healing. And I want you to stop treating those places like forbidden territory in my presence. Stop assuming that if you bring them fully into the light, I will recoil. Stop believing that you must filter your heart before you let me near it. My child, I formed the heart you are trying to hide from me. I know how it works. I know what shaped it. I know what frightened it. I know what starved it. I know what disappointed it. I know what strengthened it. I know what still confuses it. I know what it reaches for when it is lonely. I know what it clings to when it feels unsafe. I know what it avoids when it feels exposed. I know the difference between the sin you must surrender, the wound you must heal, the fear you must confront, and the grief you must simply let breathe in my presence. That is why I am asking you now. Stop hiding in plain sight. Stop bringing me edited prayers while the real ache stays locked in the basement of your soul. Open the door. Turn on the light. Let me see what I already see, but this time let me see it with your permission, your honesty, your surrender. Tell me the truth without decoration. Say what you are actually feeling. Say what you are actually afraid of. Say what you are actually angry about. Say what still hurts. Say what still tempts you. Say what still confuses you. Say what still pulls at your heart in ways you do not fully trust. Say it plainly. Do not dramatize it. Do not sanitize it. Just tell me. This is not the moment for performance. This is the moment for intimacy. Because intimacy is not built by pretending. It is built when the real heart is brought near and met with truth, correction where needed, cleansing where needed, comfort where needed, and love that does not flinch. I do not need your polished surface, my child. I want your real heart. Bring me the hidden corners. Bring me the complicated cravings. Bring me the emotions that embarrass you. Bring me the contradictions you do not know how to reconcile. I am not threatened by your inner complexity. I am the one who can untangle it without shaming you. And because nothing hidden in your heart scares me, my child, I want you to understand why this matters so deeply. What stays hidden often gains false power. What remains unspoken can quietly shape your life from the shadows. What you refuse to acknowledge can begin steering your choices, coloring your reactions, influencing your relationships, and even distorting how you hear my voice. Hidden hurt can turn into hardness. Hidden fear can turn into control. Hidden grief can turn into numbness. Hidden anger can turn into cynicism. Hidden shame can turn into self-sabotage. Hidden longing can turn into misplaced attachment. Hidden loneliness can make you reach for things that soothe quickly but wound deeply. I see these movements, and I am not exposing them to condemn you. I am calling them into the light so they lose the power they gained in secrecy. That is why I want you to stop being afraid of self-honesty. Do not confuse honesty with failure. Do not think that acknowledging what is in you means agreeing with everything in you. There is a difference. You can say this is here without saying this is who I am. You can admit I still feel angry without building a home in bitterness. You can confess I still crave what is not good for me without surrendering your identity to temptation. You can say I still feel insecure without letting insecurity become your master. You can say I am struggling without believing you are disqualified. This is why I am inviting you to a deeper kind of courage now. Sit with me and tell the truth. Not once in a dramatic moment only, but as a rhythm. Make honesty a doorway, not an emergency. When something rises in you, do not stuff it down immediately. Pause. Notice it. Name it. Bring it to me before it grows roots in the dark. If resentment rises, bring it. If fear spikes, bring it. If comparison stings, bring it. If lust tempts, bring it. If pride swells, bring it. If shame whispers, bring it. If grief crashes in unexpectedly, bring it. Do not wait until it becomes a giant before you acknowledge it. Bring me the seed. Bring me the first flicker. Bring me the early whisper. That is wisdom. That is spiritual maturity. That is how you stop being ruled by what you refuse to face. My child, I want to cleanse, not just comfort. I want to heal, not just soothe. I want to transform, not just temporarily relieve. And transformation requires access. It requires truth. It requires you letting me into the real room, not only the tidy one. So open the room. Invite me in. Let me sit with you where you feel the least lovable. Let me stand with you where you feel the most conflicted. Let me speak where shame has been loudest. Let me wash what guilt has stained. Let me correct what pride has twisted. Let me comfort what sorrow has hollowed out. Let me expose the lie that says if you were truly loved, you would not still struggle with this. That lie must go. Real love does not wait for perfection before it comes near. My love comes near precisely because you still need healing. That is why I want you to stop being startled by your own humanity. Yes, you are being sanctified. Yes, you are growing. Yes, I am making you new. But growth is not instant, and sanctification is not spotless performance. It is an ongoing surrender of real places, real thoughts, real desires, real wounds, real reactions, real hidden corners. So do not panic when you discover another area that still needs light. Instead, rejoice that it has surfaced. Rejoice that I am revealing what I intend to heal. Rejoice that what once hid now has the chance to be transformed. This is not a setback. It is an unveiling. It is an invitation. It is mercy reaching into the deeper layers. So stay with me here, my child. You not shut the door again. You not cover the truth too quickly. Do not rush past this sacred work. Let me know you fully in the places you have feared most, and let yourself discover that my love does not tremble when your heart is messy. My love is steady. My love is strong. My love is skilled. My love can enter the most tangled rooms and still bring peace, cleansing, clarity, and restoration. Nothing hidden in your heart scares me, and that means you no longer need to be afraid of what I am asking you to bring into the light. My child, stay close now, because I want to speak to one of the deepest and most delicate places inside you, a place you may protect with silence because it feels too vulnerable to expose. I know the love you still long for. I know the ache beneath your strength. I know the quiet hunger you carry for something steady, something safe, something warm, something real. I know how deeply you want to be known without having to perform, chosen without having to prove, held without having to beg, understood without having to over-explain, and stayed with without constantly fearing when the distance will come. I know that longing, and I need you to hear me clearly, that longing is not weakness. It is not immaturity. It is not neediness in the shameful sense you may have been taught. It is part of the way you were made. You were made for love that is true, faithful, and whole. You were not made to live on crumbs while calling it enough. You were not made to survive on half-hearted affection, inconsistent attention, conditional acceptance, or fragile connections that keep your nervous system on alert. I know the love you wanted from family, from friends, from someone who said they cared, from people who promised presence and then offered unpredictability instead. I know the kind of safety you hoped to feel. I know the kind of tenderness you imagined. I know how many times you told yourself not to expect too much because expecting had become expensive. I know how often you tried to shrink your needs so you would not feel disappointed. I know the moments when you pretended you were fine with less, because wanting more felt too risky. I know how you sometimes talk yourself out of your own desires because you are afraid of being seen as too much. But my child, listen to me with great care. Your longing for love is not the enemy. The problem is not that you long deeply. The problem is that pain has sometimes taught you to look for deep needs in shallow places. Pain has sometimes trained you to settle for sparks when your soul was made for steady flame. Hurt has sometimes made you confuse intensity with intimacy, attention with affection, rescue with relationship, chemistry with safety, and being wanted with being truly cherished. I know that. I know the patterns. I know the private compromises. I know the way loneliness can make almost love feel louder than it should. I know the way unmet needs can make red flags look softer when your heart is tired of being alone. I know how longing can distort discernment when it has been unattended for too long. And because I know that, I am not shaming your hunger. I am teaching your heart how to understand it. I want you to stop insulting your own desire for real love. Stop pretending you do not care. Stop acting like you are above needing tenderness. Stop dismissing your ache with phrases that sound strong but keep you disconnected from what is actually true. Be honest. You want to be loved in ways that feel safe, sincere, and secure. You want consistency. You want worth. You want a place where your heart does not always have to brace. You want a connection where you can exhale. You want to be seen and not slowly abandoned. You want to be received and not merely used. You want to be chosen and not kept in confusion. That is real, Let it be real. Let it breathe in my presence. Bring that longing to me. Do not just bring me your wounds from love. Bring me your hope for it too. Bring me the desire you have been trying to manage. Bring me the ache you keep bearing under busyness, humor, self-protection, or spiritual language that sounds mature but often keeps your real heart hidden. Sit with me and say it plainly. I still long to be loved. There is no shame in that sentence. There is no weakness in that confession. There is only honesty, and honesty opens the door for me to heal what has distorted your longing and guide what is still holy within it. And because I know the love you still long for, my child, I also know how dangerous it becomes when that longing is not brought under my care. Longing itself is not dangerous. Unattended longing is. When deep desire stays hidden, it can begin making decisions for you in the dark. It can make you accept mixed signals because you are starved for certainty. It can make you romanticize inconsistency because any attention feels better than emptiness. It can make you overread small gestures, overinvest early, overextend emotionally, and overlook what your discernment quietly knows because your heart is so hungry for relief. It can make you stay in rooms where your soul is shrinking simply because leaving would mean facing the ache again. I know that pattern, and I want to interrupt it. I want to save you from calling scraps a feast. I want to protect you from mistaking emotional intensity for holy intimacy. I want to teach you the difference between being stirred and being safe, between being noticed and being nurtured, between being pursued and being truly protected. That is why I am calling you now. Bring your longing into the light before it leads you by the hand into places that deepen your wounds. Let me shepherd your desires. Let me refine what you are looking for. Let me show you where your heart still confuses familiar pain with genuine connection. Sometimes you are drawn to what feels familiar, not because it is good, but because it resembles old emotional climates you learned to navigate. Sometimes chaos feels magnetic because your body mistakes it for intensity. Sometimes inconsistency feels compelling because your nervous system learned to chase what was unpredictable. Sometimes you think you are choosing love when you are actually choosing a pattern. I see that, and I want better for you. I want a love in your life that does not require you to abandon yourself to keep it. I want you to stop negotiating against your own soul just to feel chosen. I want you to stop shrinking your needs so you can fit inside someone else's emotional limitations. I want you to stop interpreting confusion as mystery when it is often just immaturity, avoidance, or instability. Come here, my child. Sit with me and let me retrain your longing. Ask me to heal the places where love and anxiety got braided together. Ask me to untangle the places where affection and fear became roommates in your heart. Ask me to reveal the places where you are still trying to earn what should be given freely. Ask me to show you the difference between a connection that flatters your hunger and one that actually nourishes your soul. These are important prayers. These are protective prayers. And while I lead you, I want you to receive something even more foundational. Before I bring the right love into your life through others in the ways I choose, I want your heart anchored in the kind of love that does not flicker. I want you rooted in me so deeply that desperation no longer gets to make your decisions. I want your identity so settled in my affection that you stop auditioning for belonging in rooms that were never meant to hold your heart. I want your soul so familiar with my steadiness that inconsistency starts feeling less romantic and more revealing. I want you to know what safe love feels like in me, so that when unsafe love approaches dressed in charm, your spirit notices the difference. This matters. It matters because I am not trying to take love from you. I am trying to protect your capacity to receive it rightly. I am trying to save you from giving sacred things to careless hands. I am trying to heal the ache so it stops dragging you toward counterfeits. So stay with me in this. Do not numb the longing. Do not idolize it either. Consecrate it. Offer it. Place it before me. Let me hold it. Let me heal it. Let me refine it. Let me fill the places that have been trying to use people as proof of your worth. Let me teach your heart how to desire deeply without becoming desperate, how to remain open without becoming naive, how to stay tender without becoming unguarded in unhealthy ways, how to recognize when something is real because it brings peace, clarity, and consistency rather than confusion, chaos, and constant emotional chasing. My child, I know the love you still long for, and I am not dismissing that ache. I am blessing it by bringing it under truth. I am honoring it by refusing to let it lead you blindly. I am caring for it by inviting you to trust me with it. Do not settle. Do not scramble. Do not surrender your standards just because you are lonely. Stay near me. Let your longing be shepherded, not silenced. Let your heart be healed, not hardened. Let your desire remain holy, not hurried. Because the love you long for is too sacred to be driven by fear, and your heart is too precious to keep offering itself where it must keep begging for what should have been given freely. My child, as I speak to the love you long for, understand this. I am also inviting you to become a vessel through which my love reaches others who feel unseen and forgotten. There are hearts crying in secret for the very truth you have just received it, and your giving becomes the bridge that carries my voice to them. Like water poured on dry ground, your seed will waken hope where despair has settled too long. I have said, give, and it will be given to you. Pressed down, shaken together, and running over, and this promise stands over you even now. Let your longing be transformed into generosity, your desire into divine action. This is not loss. It is alignment with my heart, a sacred exchange where love multiplies beyond what you can measure. Support this mission through super thanks, membership, or PayPal in the description, and watch how I fill what you entrust to me. Do it now, my child. Let love move through you without delay. My child, come closer now and do not retreat from this moment, because I want to touch one of the deepest wounds that has quietly shaped the way you see yourself, the way you speak to yourself, and the way you sometimes approach me. I know the shame you still carry in hidden places. I know the part of you that still lowers its eyes inwardly when certain memories rise. I know the way your heart tightens when you remember what you did, what you allowed, what you stayed in, what you said, what you became for a season, what you failed to see, what you wish you had never needed, what you wish no one had ever known, and what you still fear could somehow define you if it were ever fully exposed. I know the shame that lingers not only around actions, but around weakness. I know the shame of having needed comfort in the wrong places. I know the shame of having ignored what your spirit quietly sensed. I know the shame of staying where you should have left, leaving where you should have stayed, trusting what proved false, hiding what you feared would be judged, and trying to hold yourself together while feeling inwardly fractured. I know how shame can attach itself not just to sin, but to sorrow, to trauma, to vulnerability, to desire, to mistakes, to patterns, to seasons of confusion, to the ways pain changed you. I know how it can make you feel stained, marked, less worthy, less clean, less usable, less lovable, less free than you actually are. And I need you to hear me with authority and tenderness. Shame has been speaking beyond its permission. Conviction is mine. Condemnation is not. Truth is mine. Accusation is not. The voice that calls you to repent and return is mine. The voice that tells you that because you failed, you are now fundamentally unworthy of tenderness, closeness, or restoration is not mine. My child, you have let shame sit too long in rooms where only my truth should be speaking. You have let it reinterpret your story. You have let it turn moments into identities, wounds into labels, failures into names, struggles into verdicts. You have sometimes come to me as if you still need to prove you are sorry enough before you are allowed to be held. You have sometimes prayed from a distance, served from a distance, loved from a distance, all while secretly believing there is a line you crossed that makes closeness with me feel less natural than it should. But listen to me carefully now. Come nearer, not farther. You not stand outside the doorway of my presence trying to clean yourself with your own regret. You not keep scrubbing your heart with self-punishment as though enough shame will somehow become holiness. It will not. Shame cannot purify you. Shame can only isolate you, distort you, and exhaust you. If there is sin to confess, confess it. If there is truth to face, face it. If there is repentance needed, bring it. But do not stay kneeling before shame as though it is a sacred gatekeeper. It is not. Bring the hidden thing to me. Name it. Stop circling it. Stop disguising it. Stop treating it like a secret altar of punishment you must keep revisiting to prove you care. Lay it down. Put it in the light. Tell me what still makes you wince. Tell me what still makes you feel dirty. Tell me what still makes you hesitate when I call you closer. Tell me what still whispers, you should know better by now. Tell me what still says, if anyone saw this part of you, they would not love you the same. Bring it here. Let me separate what needs cleansing from what has only been bruised by accusation. Let me show you where you have confused regret with identity. Let me show you where you have made an agreement with a lie that says the worst thing you did or the weakest version of yourself gets to become the most permanent definition of who you are. My child, the agreement must break. Not tomorrow, not eventually. Now, sit with me. Breathe. Let me speak louder than the inner voice that has been punishing you in private. Let me tell you the truth. What is confessed can be cleansed. What is surrendered can be healed. And what shame has tried to brand forever can be washed by grace that is stronger than the memory of what happened. And because I know the shame you still carry in hidden places, my child, I also know how it has been affecting you in ways you may not even fully recognize. Shame does not only make you feel bad, it changes how you move. It changes how you receive love. It changes how you interpret correction, affection, opportunity, and intimacy. Shame can make you pull back when I am calling you forward. It can make you suspect good things because part of you believes you do not deserve them. It can make you sabotage healthy love because closeness feels dangerous when you secretly feel unworthy of being fully known. It can make you overwork to compensate, over-explain to feel safer, over-apologize to stay accepted, over-spiritualize to hide your humanity, or isolate so no one gets close enough to touch what you fear is still contaminated. I see those patterns. I know how shame makes you shrink in rooms where you should stand. I know how it makes you hesitate when I am inviting you to receive, not perform. I know how it makes you flinch when tenderness comes near because tenderness feels harder to trust when you are secretly still carrying internal disgust. That is why I want you to do something holy now. Stop negotiating with shame. Stop trying to manage it. Stop making space for it because it feels familiar. Expose it. Challenge it. Bring it into my presence and ask, what exactly am I believing about myself because of this? That question matters. Because sometimes the hidden belief is not simply, I did something wrong. Sometimes it has become, I am the kind of person who always ruins things. Or, I am permanently damaged. Or, I am too compromised to be deeply loved. Or, I can be forgiven in theory, but I should still live with a quiet distance, because that is safer. My child, those are not humble thoughts. Those are lies with religious clothing. They sound serious. They sound sober. They sound like accountability. But underneath them is an accusation that denies the full reach of my mercy. I want you to reject those lies. Not casually. Not vaguely. Directly. Open your mouth in prayer if you need to. Say, I will not agree with shame. Say, I will confess what is true, but I will not let accusation rename me. Say, I will repent where needed, but I will not build my identity around what has already been surrendered. That matters, because what you repeatedly agree with will shape the way you live. So come here and let me retrain your inner life. Let me teach you the difference between honest humility and self-rejection. Honest humility says, I needed grace. Self-rejection says, because I needed grace, I should never fully recover my confidence. Honest humility says, I was wrong and I turned back. Self-rejection says, I was wrong and now I should always walk with my head lowered. That is not my will for you. I do not restore you so you can live half-hidden. I do not cleanse you so you can continue identifying with what has already been washed. I do not call you mine so you can keep introducing yourself inwardly by the chapter that broke you most. My child, I want you free. Not fake free. Not performatively over it. Real freedom. The kind that tells the truth about what happened but no longer lets it dictate the atmosphere of your relationship with me. The kind that allows you to receive love without suspicion. The kind that lets you be corrected without collapsing. The kind that allows you to be seen without panicking. The kind that lets you step into calling without secretly wondering whether you are too compromised to be used. That is the freedom I am inviting you into now. So stop hiding the shame in hidden rooms and calling it caution. Stop revisiting it in silence as if the repetition itself is noble. Stop carrying it like a secret chain beneath your spiritual language. Wring it out. Lay it down. Let me wash it fully. Let me break the agreement. Let me show you that what once humiliated you does not get to rule you. Let me teach your heart how to stand clean where it once felt stained. Let me restore your ability to receive closeness without shrinking. Because I know the shame you still carry, my child, and I am not here to expose you harshly. I am here to remove what had been suffocating your joy, distorting your identity, and keeping your heart from fully resting in the mercy that has already been reaching for you. Come now. Do not delay. Step out of the hidden place. Step out of the self-punishment. Step out of the old sentence. Let grace be stronger than memory. Let truth be louder than accusation. Let my love touch the exact place where shame once whispered that you should stay hidden forever. My child, come near and listen carefully, because this touches a place in you that has been aching quietly for a long time. I know when you feel like no one truly sees you. I know the loneliness that can live even in a crowded room. I know what it feels like when people know your role, your usefulness, your responsibilities, your surface expressions, your reliable patterns, but they do not really know your inner world. I know the ache of being present and still feeling unseen. I know the fatigue of being depended on but not deeply understood. I know the sorrow of being listened to only halfway, of being loved in ways that still miss your actual heart, of being surrounded by people and yet carrying a private emptiness because no one seems to notice what is happening beneath your calm. I know how often you have swallowed words because you were not sure they would land well. I know how many times you have hinted at your pain instead of naming it, because you were testing whether anyone would care enough to notice the deeper layer. I know the moments when you spoke honestly and still felt misunderstood. I know the conversations that left you feeling more alone after they ended than before they began. I know the relationships where you kept showing up with sincerity while quietly wondering if anyone would ever ask the right question. Slow down enough, or stay close enough to actually know what your heart has been carrying. My child, that kind of loneliness is real. It is not dramatic. It is not imaginary. It is not something to dismiss simply because you technically have people around you. Being surrounded is not the same as being seen. Being needed is not the same as being known. Being included is not the same as being understood. And because I know that ache, I want to speak directly into it. I see you completely. Not the curated version. Not the socially acceptable version. Not the youthful version. I see the full reality of your heart. I see what you do not say when you are tired of explaining. I see what you feel when you smile but your soul is still sore. I see the moments you go quiet because you realize someone is hearing your words but not receiving your heart. I see the internal collapse that can happen after being strong too long. I see the disappointment when someone close to you misses what mattered deeply. I see the way you can start wondering whether maybe you are simply too layered, too private, too complex, too hard to read, too hard to love well. But listen to me. You are not too much to be known. You are not too difficult to be understood. You are not invisible because you are unworthy of attention. Sometimes you have simply been standing in rooms with people who could only meet you at the depth they had cultivated within themselves. Their limits are not a definition of your worth. Their inability to perceive you fully is not proof that there is something wrong with you. Do not internalize what others lacked. You outcalled yourself too much because someone else was emotionally shallow. Do not call yourself hard to know because someone else lacked the patience, depth, or presence to stay long enough. My child, you are worth being known deeply. You are worth being listened to carefully. You are worth being handled with attention. And until that is experienced more fully in human ways, I want you to stop letting the ache of being unseen convince you that you are alone in the deepest sense. Come to me first. You not only bring me the crisis, bring me the loneliness of being misunderstood. Bring me the weariness of carrying unspoken layers. Bring me the ache of feeling like your heart keeps translating itself and still not being met. Sit with me and let me be the place where your full self is received. Let me show you what it feels like to be fully known and not reduced, fully seen and not rejected, fully understood and not mishandled. Because if you do not let me heal this place, you may start chasing visibility in places that only flatter you but do not actually hold you. And I want something far better for you than that. And because I know when you feel like no one truly sees you, my child, I also know how dangerous that ache can become if it is left unattended. The pain of being unseen can quietly distort what you look for. It can make attention feel like intimacy. It can make being noticed feel like being loved, and it can make affirmation feel deeper than it is. It can make you vulnerable to people who study your needs just enough to access your heart, but not enough to protect it. It can make you overvalue anyone who seems to get you quickly, even if they have not yet shown the consistency, maturity, or safety to truly carry what they are touching. I know the pattern, and I want to protect you from it. When a heart has felt unseen for a long time, the first person who seems to notice can feel unusually powerful. The first environment that offers a sense of recognition can feel like home too quickly. The first compliment that lands in a hungry place can start sounding like destiny. My child, be careful. I am not telling you to become suspicious of everyone. I am telling you to let me heal the ache before the ache starts choosing for you. Do not let your hunger for being seen become a doorway for emotional compromise. Do not hand your deepest places to someone simply because they paid attention. Let time test what attention claims. Let consistency prove what words suggest. Let character reveal what charm cannot sustain. And while you wait, do not live starring. Come to me. Bring me the whole ache. Tell me where you feel missed. Tell me where you feel overlooked. Tell me where you feel emotionally alone even when people are around. Tell me where you are tired of being the one who notices everyone else while no one seems to notice what is happening in you. Say it plainly. Let the grief come. Let the frustration come. Let the tears come if they need to. Do not spiritualize the loneliness so quickly that you never actually let it be felt. I can handle your honesty. I can meet you in that ache. And I want to do more than comfort you. I want to retrain how you interpret being unseen. I want to teach you that being misunderstood by people is painful, yes, but it is not the same as being abandoned by me. I want to teach you that human limitation does not cancel divine intimacy. I want to root you so deeply in being known by me that you stop scrambling for proof of your worth in every room. When you know you are deeply seen by me, something changes. You become less frantic around attention. You become less vulnerable to shallow validation. You become slower to over-attach to people who notice one layer but have not earned access to the deeper ones. You become more discerning. You become more peaceful. You become more patient. You stop forcing connection out of fear that being unseen means being unlovable. That freedom matters. And I also want to say this, because your heart needs it. I am able to bring people into your life who can see you more deeply than what you have known. I am able to build relationships around truth, safety, patience, and presence. I am able to create spaces where you do not have to overperform to be understood. But I want your heart anchored in me first, so that when those connections come, you do not grab in desperation. You receive with discernment. You remain steady. You do not collapse into someone's attention because you have already been stabilized by my gaze. So come now, my child. Stop carrying the ache of being unseen as if it is just something you must silently endure forever. Bring it to me. Lay it down. Let me sit with you in it. Let me remind you that I know every layer, every contradiction, every strength, every wound, every hope, every fear, every hidden act of love, every silent act of endurance, every prayer you never fully finished, every place where you felt overlooked, every time you walked away from a conversation feeling lonelier than when it began. I saw you all. I see you still. And I am not glancing at you. I am beholding you. I am attending to you. I am staying with you. Let that truth settle into the places where loneliness has tried to define your worth. Let it become a shelter while I heal what being unseen has done to your heart. Because you are not invisible to me, my child, and in the deepest sense that matters more than you yet understand. Let me make that real enough in you that the ache begins to loosen. The hunger becomes holy instead of frantic, and your heart starts recognizing the difference between being noticed and being truly known. My child, come closer now and let your heart settle, because I want to speak directly into the places where you have quietly started believing that nothing is changing. I am already working in the places you think are stuck. I know the areas of your life that feel unmoving to you. I know the prayers that seem unanswered, the habits that still feel stubborn, the emotions that still rise too quickly, the patterns that still frustrate you, the relationships that still feel unclear, the healing that still feels incomplete, the doors that still have not opened, and the questions that still seem to circle without resolution. I know how easy it is for you to look at what has not visibly shifted and conclude that maybe I am not doing much there. I know how discouragement can settle in when your eyes only measure progress by obvious outcomes. But I need you to hear me carefully now. Hidden movement is still movement. Just because you do not see the roots breaking through the soil does not mean life is absent. Just because the surface looks quiet does not mean the deep places are untouched. I am already at work where you have called something stuck. I am already loosening what looked immovable. I am already confronting what you thought would always rule you. I am already rearranging what feels delayed. I am already preparing what seems empty. I am already healing what still feels tender. I am already uncovering what had to be revealed before it could be restored. My child, too often you assume that if change is not dramatic, it must not be real. But some of my most faithful work in your life happens quietly, gradually, and beneath what your anxious mind can measure in the moment. I am working in your reactions before you notice the difference. I am working in your discernment before you see the fruit. I am working in your desires before the visible door opens. I am working in your inner world before your outer circumstances catch up. I am working in your attachments, your expectations, your reflexes, your boundaries, your pace, your language, your capacity to pause, your ability to return to me sooner, your willingness to be honest, your hunger for truth, your refusal to completely give up. Those are not small things. Those are signs that I am already moving in places you thought were unchanged. I want you to stop standing over the process with a harsh eye, demanding instant evidence before you allow yourself to believe I am near. Stop declaring a place dead because it hath been slow. Stop speaking hopelessly over what is simply still in process. Stop treating the unfinished chapter like a final conclusion. Come here. Bring me the place that feels stuck. Name it. Say it without fear. Say, "This is where I feel no movement." Then hold it before me and ask, "What are you doing here that I have not yet learned to see?" That is a different posture. That is the posture of trust. That is how you stop being ruled by appearances and start being formed by relationship. My child, I am not inactive because you are impatient. I am not absent because the answer is taking time. I am not confused because the process feels slow. I am working with precision. I am working with timing. I am working with layers. I am working with wisdom that sees what must be addressed first, what must be strengthened underneath, what must be removed before what you desire can be sustained. So do not call it stuck too quickly. Sit with me longer. Stay in the room. Let me show you the subtle evidence. Let me teach you how to recognize movement that does not come with noise. Let me help you notice the quiet changes that your frustration keeps overlooking. Because if you keep insisting that only visible breakthroughs count, you will miss the sacred groundwork I am laying that will make the visible breakthrough able to remain. And because I am already working in the places you think are stuck, my child, I also want to expose something that has been adding unnecessary heaviness to your spirit. Sometimes what you call stuck is not truly the absence of movement. Sometimes it is the discomfort of transformation that has not yet reached the part you most want to see changed. Sometimes I am already dealing with the roots while you are staring at the fruit. Sometimes I am healing the wound beneath the pattern while you are frustrated that the pattern has not fully disappeared yet. Sometimes I am changing the way you think, the way you discern, the way you recover, the way you return, the way you recognize what is happening in real time, and because those changes are quieter than the dramatic outcome you were hoping for, you overlook them. But those quiet changes matter. They are often the very evidence that what once ruled you is already losing some of its power. My child, think of the things that do not consume you quite as long as they used to. Think of the triggers you recognize sooner. Think of the reactions you sometimes interrupt before they fully take over. Think of the lies you can now identify more quickly. Think of the places where you come back to me faster than before. Think of the moments where you notice the old pattern, even if you still feel its pull. That awareness is not failure. That awareness is movement. That recognition is not proof that nothing changed. It is proof that something already has. And I want you to honor that. I want you to stop despising beginnings because they are not endings yet. I want you to stop rejecting the seed because it is not the harvest. I want you to stop accusing yourself of stagnation when I can see growth happening in ways your perfectionism keeps dismissing. So I am asking you now, with gentleness and firmness, change the way you speak over the places that frustrate you. Stop saying, "Nothing is happening." Instead ask, "What is already changing that I have not appreciated?" Stop saying, "I will never get free of this." Instead ask, "What part of this already has less power than it used to?" Stop saying, "I am still stuck." Instead ask, "What is being strengthened in me right now that will matter later?" Those questions create room for truth. They open your eyes to my hand. They help you resist the temptation to abandon the process right before the deeper shift. And I need you to hear this too. Some of the places that feel most stuck are not simply waiting on your effort. They are waiting on surrender. They are waiting on you to stop trying to force a result and start letting me expose what is underneath. They are waiting on you to release false timelines, false identities, false comforts, false coping patterns, false agreements with fear, false attachments to control. If you keep demanding only surface change, you may keep missing the deeper invitation. So come now. Sit with me in the place that irritates you most. Bring me the habit, the wound, the relationship, the unanswered prayer, the delay, the fear, the recurring emotional cycle. Do not just complain about it. Offer it. Say, "Search this. Expose this. Heal this. Strengthen what needs strengthening. Remove what needs removing. Show me what you are doing here. Then stay. Listen. Let me lead you in the next faithful step, even if it feels small. Because sometimes the next step is not dramatic. Sometimes it is honesty. Sometimes it is rest. Sometimes it is releasing a person. Sometimes it is setting a boundary. Sometimes it is grieving what you hoped would be different. Sometimes it is choosing not to repeat an old behavior one more time. Sometimes it is asking for help. Sometimes it is simply staying close to me instead of spiraling into hopelessness. Do not underestimate those steps. They are often the hinges on which deeper freedom begins to turn. My child, I want you to trust that I am active even when the room feels quiet. I want you to believe that I am faithful even when your feelings are tired. I want you to stop staring at the wall and missing the door I am already shaping. I want you to stop calling yourself stuck when I am actually keeping you in a holy pause, a forming place, a strengthening place, refining place, a root deepening place that will make the next season stronger than if I had rushed you through it. So stay with me. Do not abandon the process because it lacks spectacle. Do not turn your frustration into prophecy. Do not call hopeless what is simply unfinished. I am already working in the places you think are stuck, and when the time is right, you will look back and realize that what felt still was never empty. It was sacred ground, and I was moving the whole time. My child, as I remind you that I am working even in what feels stuck, know that your giving is also part of unseen movement across many lives. What seems like a simple act becomes a hidden root system, spreading life, truth, and awakening far beyond what your eyes can measure. Just as I work beneath the surface, your seed is working in places you may never see, bringing light into hearts that feel unmoving and forgotten. I have declared, do not despise small beginnings, for in my hands, even the smallest offering becomes a mighty harvest. This is your invitation to trust the unseen, to believe that what you release now is already growing into something eternal. Do not wait for visible proof. Move in faith, and watch how I honor it. If through super thanks, stand with this mission through membership, or so through PayPal in the description. Step forward now, my child. Partner with me in what I am already doing. My child, come close and let this go deeper than words, because what I am about to say is something your heart needs to feel, not just understand. I have never once looked away from you. Not once. Not in your strongest season. Not in your weakest season. Not when you felt spiritually alive and not when you felt emotionally numb. Not when you were praying with confidence and not when your prayers felt thin, scattered, unfinished, or barely formed. Not when you made the right choice and not when you made the wrong one. Not when you were full of hope and not when you were carrying disappointment so heavily that you could barely lift your eyes inwardly. I have never once looked away from you. There were moments when you felt unseen, but I was looking. There were moments when you felt ashamed, but I was looking with mercy, not disgust. There were moments when you thought your struggle made you less lovable, but I was looking with compassion, not rejection. There were moments when you believed your confusion, your weakness, your delay, your failure, your hidden battle, your repeated wound, your slow healing, or your emotional exhaustion made you somehow less worthy of closeness. But even then, I was looking at you with the same steady love. My gaze did not flicker when your behavior did. My presence did not retreat when your heart became messy. My affection did not thin out when your faith felt fragile. My nearness did not depend on how polished, productive, or composed you appeared. My child, I need this to settle all the way into the places where old fear still whispers. You have sometimes imagined me like people who changed their expression when they were disappointed in you. You have sometimes projected onto me the faces of those who withdrew, the tones of those who grew cold, the silence of those who became distant, the impatience of those who only knew how to love you when you were easier to understand. But I am not them. I am not watching you with narrowed eyes, arms crossed, waiting for you to finally become less human and more manageable. I am not stepping back because your process is inconvenient. I am not tired of the same places you still bring me. I am not rolling my eyes when you struggle again. I am not measuring your worth by how quickly you fix yourself. I have never once looked away from you. And because that is true, I want you to stop hiding as if you must protect yourself from my gaze. My gaze is not a threat. My gaze is a covering. My gaze is not exposure for humiliation. My gaze is attention for healing. My gaze is not surveillance waiting to catch you. My gaze is love refusing to abandon you. That changes everything. It means you can stop bracing when I come near. It means you can stop assuming that closeness with me becomes unsafe the moment you become complicated. It means you can stop editing your heart before you bring it to me. It means you can stop trying to earn the kind of attention I have already been giving you since before you knew how to ask for it. So come here. Lift your face. Do not lower your eyes inwardly when I speak to you. Let me look at you fully. Let me hold your gaze, so to speak, in the deepest place of your spirit. Let me teach you what it feels like to be fully seen and still fully loved. Let me undo the reflex that expects rejection the moment you are honest. Let me heal the instinct that assumes love disappears when weakness appears. Let me show you, again and again, that my eyes remain on you with tenderness, even in the chapters you would rather skip. My child, this is not a small thing. This is one of the deepest healings I want to bring. Because when your heart truly believes that I have never once looked away, then shame loses power, fear loses leverage, hiding loses its logic, and intimacy begins to feel safer than performance. And because I have never once looked away from you, my child, I also want you to understand what my steady gaze is meant to produce in you. It is not just comfort. It is transformation through security. When you know you are deeply seen and not abandoned, something inside you relaxes enough to tell the truth. When you know I am not flinching, you stop flinching from yourself quite so much. When you know I remain, you stop running so quickly. When you know my attention is steady, you stop scrambling to prove your worth in every room. This is why I keep drawing you closer, not so I can inspect you harshly, but so you can become rooted in a love that does not change its face when you are struggling. That kind of security changes the way you repent, the way you heal, the way you relate, the way you receive correction, the way you carry your own story, and teaches you that conviction can come without rejection. It teaches you that truth can come with tenderness. It teaches you that being seen does not have to end in loss. That matters, because many of your patterns were shaped by the opposite. You learned to hide because being seen once felt dangerous. You learned to perform because being authentic did not always feel safe. You learned to over-explain because being misunderstood hurt. You learned to brace because closeness once came with volatility. I know all of that. And this is where I begin to retrain you. Stay in my gaze. Stay when you are confused. Stay when you are ashamed. Stay when you are disappointed. Stay when you are tempted to disappear. Stay when you are tired. Stay when you are angry. Stay when you do not know how to pray. Stay when your emotions are tangled. Stay when your heart feels numb. Stay when your faith feels thin. Stay when you are afraid I will finally be tired of the same wound. Stay. Not because you are proving anything, but because this is where healing happens. This is where your nervous system learns that divine closeness is safe. This is where your soul learns that it does not need to hide to survive. This is where your identity stops being built around what others missed and starts being built around the fact that I have never missed a single layer of you. So do something with me now. Bring me the version of yourself you fear is hardest to love. Bring me the current struggle. Bring me the old regret. Bring me the hidden thought. Bring me the fatigue, the insecurity, the longing, the fear, the resentment, the numbness, the hope you are afraid to feel, the prayer you are afraid to pray, the need you are afraid to admit. Then sit still and imagine not my disappointment but my steady attention. Imagine my new is not changing. Imagine my love not blinking. Imagine my mercy staying put. That is not fantasy. That is reality. That is how I have always been with you. And I want that reality to become more real to you than the old emotional memories that taught you otherwise. Because the more you live under my steady gaze, the less you will be ruled by human inconsistency. You will stop chasing approval so frantically. You will stop collapsing under every misunderstanding. You will stop assuming every hard moment means distance. You will stop reading my silence through the lens of rejection. You will become steadier, softer, freer, and truer. That is what my gaze does when you let it go deep enough. So lift your head, my child. Do not run. Do not hide. Do not shrink back into the old reflexes. Come into the light and stay there with me. Let my attention heal what human inconsistency wounded. Let my unwavering love become the new pattern your heart learns from. Let my nearness rewrite what fear once taught you about being fully known. Because I have never once looked away from you, and I never will. Not in the next chapter. Not in the next failure. Not in the next waiting season. Not in the next breakthrough. Not in the next tear. Not in the next moment when you wonder if I am still here. I am here. I am looking with love. I am staying with you. And if you let that truth settle all the way into your deepest places, it will become one of the strongest foundations your soul has ever known. My child, come very close now and do not rush away from this final part, because I want this to settle into you with more than emotion. I want it to become something you carry after the words are over, after the moment quiets down, after the music fades, after the day returns to its normal noise. I want you to hear me in the deepest place of your heart. Bring everything into the light, because I am still holding you. A part of it. Not only the pieces that aren't easy to explain. Not only the things you are proud of. Not only the areas where you feel spiritually strong, emotionally stable, or visibly improved. Bring everything. Bring the thoughts you are embarrassed by. Bring the memories you keep revisiting. Bring the wounds you still touch in secret. Bring the shame you thought you had to carry quietly. Bring the anger you tried to rename. Bring the fears you hid under being careful. Bring the longing you buried under self-protection. Bring the hopes you stopped speaking because disappointment made you afraid. Bring the exhaustion you keep minimizing. Bring the old patterns you still wrestle with. Bring the grief that still rises at strange times. Bring the loneliness that still follows you in rooms full of people. Bring the questions you still do not know how to ask. Bring the places where you feel behind. Bring the parts of your heart that still do not fully trust what is good. Bring the places where you still feel like a child in pain even though you have learned how to look strong on the outside. Bring all of it. Do not sort it. Do not edit it. Do not wait until it sounds spiritual enough. Do not wait until you have a neat explanation. Do not wait until you feel worthy of being received. Come now. Come honestly. Come as you are, not as the polished version of you that has learned how to survive by appearing fine. I already know what is there, my child. Nothing hath been hidden from me. I saw every silent battle. I saw every tear you wipe away quickly. I saw every time you smiled while your heart was quietly collapsing. I saw every night your thoughts would not settle. I saw every moment you wanted to run, every moment you wanted to give up, every moment you wanted to stop caring because caring had become expensive. I saw every time you chose not to let pain have the final word. I saw every time you tried again with trembling hands. I saw every time you brought me a half-finished prayer and all you had was need. I saw every time you kept going with almost nothing left. I saw every time you felt unseen, my people, and still showed up. I saw every time you wondered if I was still close while I was holding you more than you realized. My child, hear me clearly now. My love for you has never depended on how well you hide your wounds. My closeness has never depended on how quickly you heal. My mercy has never been measured out according to how impressive your progress looks. I have been here in every layer, every detour, every relapse into fear, every return to trust, every unfinished prayer, every deep breath you took just to get through the next hour. And because that is true, I do not want you leaving this message with mere comfort. I want you leaving with a command and an invitation. Stop hiding. Stop carrying what I have already invited you to surrender. Stop building private rooms for pain and then wondering why peace feels distant. Stop calling yourself what shame called you. Stop interpreting delay as abandonment. Stop letting old wounds narrate new chapters. Stop making agreements with fear. Stop punishing yourself with memories I am trying to redeem. Stop protecting the very things I want to heal. Come into the light. Come with truth. Come with tears. Come with your whole heart. Sit with me there and stay longer than you usually do. Let the silence stretch if it needs to. Let the truth surface if it needs to. Let the grief rise if it needs to. Let the confession come if it needs to. Let the surrender deepen if it needs to. Do not run from the holy discomfort of being fully honest. That discomfort is not your enemy. It is often the doorway to freedom. I am not asking you to come into the light so I can expose you. I am asking you to come into the light so I can heal you where darkness has kept things raw, hidden, and distorted. Come, my child. This is your moment. This is your invitation. Bring everything into the light, because I am still holding you. And now, my child, I want you to do something very real, something that can remain with you long after these words end. I want you to make this personal. Do not leave this as a beautiful message you agreed with emotionally and then quietly set aside. Take it into your own life. Sit somewhere still. Turn down the noise. Put away the distractions. Stop reaching for the next thing for a moment. Breathe. Then ask me one simple question. What have I been hiding from you, from myself or from healing? Ask it slowly. Ask it sincerely. Then listen. Do not rush the answer. Do not defend yourself when something rises. Do not explain it away too quickly. If I bring a memory, stay with it. If I reveal a fear, name it. If I uncover a wound, acknowledge it. If I expose a pattern, do not excuse it. If I bring a relationship to mind, pay attention. If I point to an old regret, let me speak into it. If I show you a place where shame still has a voice, bring it fully into my presence. If I reveal that you are tired in ways you have been ignoring, stop dismissing it. If I show you that you are carrying people I never asked you to carry, put them down. If I show you that you have been calling something wisdom that is really fear, release it. If I show you that your hope has grown timid, let me breathe into it again. If I show you that your heart still aches to be seen, stop pretending it does not matter. Let me into every one of those places. This is not about dramatic emotion. This is about real surrender. This is about letting my truth enter the exact places where your life still leaks peace. My child, I am not asking you for a performance of surrender. I'm asking you for the real thing. The kind that happens when you finally stop fighting to stay in control of the healing process and let me become Lord over the places you have only wanted me to comfort from a distance. So open your hands. Literally, if you need to. Open them and say, I give this to you. Say it again with a specific thing. I give you this fear. I give you this shame. I give you this regret. I give you this hidden anger. I give you this relationship. I give you this loneliness. I give you this exhaustion. I give you this future. I give you this part of me I do not know how to fix. That is where something holy begins. That is where chains loosen. That is where the heart starts breathing again. That is where hidden places stop becoming prisons and start becoming places of encounter. And I want you to remember this as you go forward. You do not have to heal everything in one day, but you do need to stop hiding from the truth of what needs healing. You do not have to understand every layer tonight, but you do need to stay available to me. You do not need to force every breakthrough, but you do need to stop resisting the light. Stay close. Return often. Tell the truth quickly. Let my voice interrupt the lies sooner. Let my presence become your first instinct instead of your last resort. Build a life of honest nearness with me. That is how the hidden places lose power. That is how your soul becomes steadier. That is how peace stops feeling occasional and starts becoming deeper, truer, more rooted. And hear me one last time, my beloved child, because I want this to remain in you like a fire that does not go out. Nothing has ever been hidden from me, and yet I have never stopped loving you. Nothing has ever surprised me, and yet I have never withdrawn. Nothing in your heart has ever made me decide you were too much, too far gone, too delayed, too wounded, too inconsistent, too complicated, or too broken to be held. I know it all, and I am still here. I know it all, and I am still calling you closer. I know it all, and I am still writing your story with mercy, truth, healing, and purpose. So come into the light and stay there with me. Let me hold what you cannot carry. Let me heal what you cannot untangle alone. Let me love the parts of you that have lived too long under accusation. Let me restore what pain tried to redefine. Let me lead you into the next chapter not as someone hiding, but as someone being healed in full view of the Father who never once looked away. Stay with me now. Walk with me now. Trust me now. And remember this every time fear whispers, every time shame rises, every time old pain tries to pull you back into the dark. I already know, and I am still holding you. My child, as you bring everything into the light and feel my hand still holding you, I now call you to extend that same light to others who are still hiding in the shadows. What you have received here is not meant to end with you. It is a flame meant to spread, a fire meant to awaken hearts across the earth. Your giving becomes a lamp placed on a stand, shining into lives that are waiting for truth, healing, and my presence. I have said, freely you have received, freely give, and this is your moment to respond with obedience and trust. Do not let this encounter remain only a feeling. Let it become action that carries my voice further than you can go alone. There is urgency in this, because souls are listening, hearts are breaking, and I am calling them home through vessels like this. Support through super thanks. Join as a member, or give through PayPal in the description, and I will cover your seed with favor and multiplication. Now, my child, do not delay. Step into the light and give. And once you have taken that step, let your heart rest in the light you have stepped into. What you have released in obedience has already begun to move beyond your sight. Now I draw near to you, not to ask more, but to care for what you have been carrying. Even as you become a light for others, I am tending to the places within you that feel heavy and unseen. So pause, breathe deeply, and let my presence meet you right where the weight has been pressing. My child, listen to my voice right now. I am speaking directly to your weary heart. You feel the crushing weight of the world on your shoulders, but I am here to lift it completely. Pause now. Take a slow, deep breath. Let go of that tight, twisting knot in your stomach. That heavy anxiety is not from me. Let us untangle it together, right here, right now. I see you completely, and nothing is ever hidden from my sight. My spirit fills every single corner of your life, even the quiet, lonely rooms you think are locked tight. You carry a heavy burden every day. I see the intense pressure at your job that drains your energy. I see the unspoken, silent tensions in your family that break your peace. I feel the quiet fear of what your uncertain future might bring. I know all of it. I see the bitter tears you hold back when you think absolutely no one is watching. I watch over you with a fierce, faithful love that never sleeps and never fades. You are deeply, eternally known, my beloved one. I saw you clearly before you were even formed in your mother's womb. I carefully crafted every tiny detail of who you are. Your gentle laugh, your deepest thoughts, your quiet dreams, I designed them all with my own hands. I love you long before you took your very first breath, and my love for you has only grown stronger with every passing second. You might sometimes feel totally invisible to the harsh world, overlooked and forgotten by the busy people around you. But you are absolutely never invisible to me. I watch over the smallest, most ordinary details of your day. I see the quiet moments when you pour your morning coffee, silently wondering if you have the strength to face the hours ahead. I see the heavy exhaustion in your eyes when you finally lay your tired head down at night. My loving gaze is perfectly fixed upon you, not with harsh judgment, but with the endless, overflowing affection of a perfect, protective father. You can never, ever wander beyond my guiding gaze. You might try to run away, or hide your face, or mask your deep pain, but my eyes always follow you with pure, relentless grace. Even if you travel to the farthest, most isolated edge of the earth, my strong hand will gently guide you. Even if you sink into the darkest, deepest valley of despair, my mighty right hand will hold you securely fast. Darkness is simply not dark to me. The pitch-black night shines as brilliantly as the noonday sun in my eyes. The fearful shadows that scare you are merely places where my brilliant light is waiting to powerfully break through and bring you peace. I am your safe shield in the terrifying night and your cool shade in the burning day. Your deepest, most hidden fears, those silent, suffocating worries that keep you wide awake at night, are completely visible and known to me. You do not need to hide them from me for one more second. I passionately invite you to live fully transparently in my holy presence today. Come to me exactly as you are right now. You do not need to clean yourself up before you bravely speak to me. You do not need to pretend you are incredibly strong when your spirit feels completely shattered. I see the real, raw you, and the real you is a beautiful, priceless masterpiece. Step boldly into the warm, healing light of my perfect love. Surrender your heavy secrets and hidden pains to me right now. Let my profound peace completely wash over you like a gentle, cleansing river flowing from my throne. Give me your heavy, exhausting burdens, and I will instantly give you true, lasting rest. Your messy life is a wide open book before me, and every single page is beautifully written with my unyielding grace. Trust me fully with your whole, fragile heart today. I'm always with you, I always see you, and I deeply love you entirely. Tell me your hidden hurts, for I am already reaching out my mighty hand to completely heal them. Listen to me right now. Lean your head back and close your eyes for just a moment. I want to speak directly to the deepest, most hidden parts of your soul. I see the quiet, guarded secrets of your heart perfectly clearly. You walk through your busy day wearing a brave, convincing smile. You try so hard to hold everything together for your family, for your friends, and for your demanding boss. But I see exactly what happens when the front door closes and you are finally alone. I weigh the true motives behind every single action you take. The world around you only sees your outward behavior. People harshly judge your mistakes and they frequently misinterpret your very best intentions. But I look directly at your genuine, gentle heart. I see the deep, pure love that makes you sacrifice your own comfort for the people you desperately care about. I know exactly how much you gave up today just to make someone else happy. I see the painful moments when you try to do the right thing, but your words are completely misunderstood by a spouse or a friend. You feel an agonizing sting of unfair rejection in your chest. Let go of that sharp sting right now. Give me that heavy frustration. You absolutely do not have to prove your goodness to me. I already know your pure, beautiful intentions. No silent prayer ever escapes my careful attention. No unspoken groan of exhaustion goes unheard by my listening ears. I hear the heavy, tired sigh you let out in your car before you walk into your stressful workplace. I hear the quiet, desperate plea for help you whisper into your pillow late at night when the house is completely still. The profound beauty of your heart is most radiant to me when you seek me in these secret, lonely places. You often feel like you are completely failing at life. You look at your daily struggles and wrongly think you are simply not good enough. But I see a beautiful, incredibly resilient child who absolutely refuses to give up. I see your daily effort, and it is a precious, holy offering to me. I have a burning, passionate desire to completely heal the hidden wounds you fiercely protect and show to absolutely no one else. You carry heavy, old hurts from people who brutally broke your trust long ago. You carry the suffocating shame of past mistakes that still echo loudly in your mind. Bring those dark wounds out into the light right now. Hand them over to my capable, gentle hands. I will never punish you for your honesty. I will gently bandage your broken places with my overwhelming, perfect grace. I'm actively pouring my divine, soothing healing over your painful memories this very second. Feel the profound, unshakable peace that only comes from being fully known and completely loved. You spend so much of your precious energy trying to hide your flaws from the demanding world. You are so incredibly tired of pretending to be strong all the time. Stop pretending today. Drop the heavy, exhausting mask right now. You are fully exposed before my searching eyes, and yet you are completely, unconditionally loved. I do not love a fake, perfect version of you. I love the real you, with all of your messy struggles and your deepest hidden fears. I accept you exactly as you are in this very moment. Receive my endless, fierce love right now. Let it completely wash away your bitter fear of rejection. You belong entirely to me. You are completely safe inside my strong arms. Rest securely in the absolute certainty that your fragile heart is firmly held by the Almighty God who carefully created it. Breathe in deeply right now. Release the tight, anxious grip you have on tomorrow. I see the heavy, suffocating fear of the unknown future pulling constantly at your tired mind. You lie awake in the dark, running through terrible, disastrous scenarios in your head. You worry deeply about your shrinking finances, wondering exactly how you will pay the mounting bills. You worry about your failing health, waiting anxiously for answers from the doctor. You stress heavily over the difficult path your children are currently taking. Stop letting these vicious fears steal your joy today. I have already walked far ahead into your future, and I am already standing there waiting for you. Why should you fear an unknown tomorrow when you intimately know the God who completely controls it? Trust me in the dark, confusing shadows of your life. Hand over your desperate, exhausting need to control everything around you. You cannot possibly fix every problem, and I never, ever asked you to carry that impossible burden. I am your mighty, faithful provider, and I will strictly supply every single thing you need. Look closely at the absolute hardest situations in your life right now. You wrongly think I am completely silent. You think I have cruelly left you to fight these harsh battles completely alone. But my unseen, powerful hand is constantly moving in the background of your greatest, most painful trials. Just like the quiet, heavy pause before a massive storm finally breaks, my immense power is building up right behind the scenes of your daily life. I am actively aligning the right people, opening the exact right doors, and preparing the massive breakthrough you are desperately praying for. Rely entirely on my perfect, eternal perspective when your own human vision is terribly clouded by panic. You only see a tiny, confusing piece of the puzzle. You only see the messy, painful middle of your story. I see the glorious, completely victorious ending. When you face an impossible, massive wall, do not stare helplessly at the cold bricks. Look up directly at me. I will instantly make a clear, safe path where absolutely no path exists. I will fiercely part the deep, terrifying waters that threaten to completely drown you. Hear my divine, unshakable declaration over your life today. Absolutely no weapon formed against you in secret shall ever prosper. Bitter people may plot secretly against you. Unfair, frustrating situations may suddenly arise at your job. Unexpected, frightening sickness may knock loudly on your door. But absolutely none of these things have the power to destroy you. I am your fierce, unmatched defender. I stand exactly like a solid, blazing wall of fire completely around you. I am actively working all things, even the painful, deeply unfair things, for your ultimate, eternal good. This is not just a comforting, Nice idea. This is my unbreakable, ironclad promise to you. You do not have to fight the vicious, hidden attacks of the enemy on your own. Step back immediately and let me fight forcefully for you. I will entirely scatter your hidden enemies. I will powerfully turn your current, painful test into a beautiful, undeniable testimony of my goodness. Find deep, unshakable rest in the absolute sovereignty of my divine plan today. Stop striving so incredibly hard. Stop wrestling uselessly with the wind. Settle your anxious, racing heart down right now. I am firmly on the throne. I am fiercely on your side, and I will absolutely never let you fall. Stand firm in the quiet, completely unseen moments of your daily life. I am calling you to live with a new, powerful awareness today. Live fully with the clear, sobering understanding that every single word you speak and every silent thought you hold is fully known to me. I do not say this to make you feel trapped or terribly fearful. This is my loving, direct invitation for you to step into true, lasting freedom. You constantly feel the heavy, exhausting pressure to maintain a good image when people are watching you. But I care most deeply about exactly who you are when absolutely no earthly eyes are around. I see exactly what you do in the lonely, dark hours of the night. I see the secret habits you desperately turn to for quick comfort when your soul feels totally empty. I see the harsh, bitterly critical thoughts you entertain about yourself and about others. Give those dark, secret struggles to me right now. Do not hide them in the dark corners of your soul out of shame. I want to instantly bring them into my beautiful, healing light. I intensely desire deep, unbreakable integrity in your character. True integrity is choosing my holy ways even when doing the wrong thing feels much easier and much more rewarding. I see the fierce, daily temptations that battle constantly inside your mind. I see the sharp, painful moments of jealousy when someone else gets the promotion or the exact blessing you desperately wanted. I see the burning, explosive anger you swallow down when you are treated completely unfairly. Let my boundless, powerful grace completely cover the sins you try so incredibly hard to hide even from yourself. You absolutely do not need to carry the suffocating, heavy weight of secret guilt for one more minute. Confess your hidden, painful faults to me today. I am not standing angrily over you with a heavy club ready to strike you down. I am kneeling gently beside you with a basin of water, ready to completely wash your feet and make you entirely clean again. My grace is wildly, perfectly sufficient for your darkest, most shameful secrets. Stop aggressively seeking the temporary, fading applause of men. Human approval is exactly like a shifting shadow. It changes instantly with the blowing wind. If you build your entire identity on what other people think of you, you will always feel wildly insecure and totally lost. Seek my eternal, unchanging approval above absolutely everything else. I already deeply approve of you. You are my chosen, wildly beloved child. The true power of your public strength is directly built in the quiet, lonely place of your private devotion. When you spend hidden, quiet time with me, I pour massive, unshakable strength into your weary, beaten spirit. I equip you heavily in secret so you can confidently, boldly face the chaotic world in public. Honor me fully with your private thoughts just as much as you honor me with your public deeds. Guard your mind incredibly carefully. Fill your racing thoughts with my unbreakable promises instead of the world's terrifying, loud panic. Give me your complete, unwavering loyalty in the unseen places. Choose to fully forgive the person who deeply hurt you, even if they never apologize and no one else ever knows about your silent pardon. Choose to act with absolute honesty in your finances, even when taking a hidden shortcut seems entirely harmless. These quiet choices are precious, shining jewels in my eyes. I fiercely celebrate your hidden victories. When you honor me in the dark, I will heavily, openly reward you in the light. Walk forward today with a perfectly clear conscience and a beautifully pure heart. You are completely forgiven, entirely empowered, and fiercely equipped to live a holy, beautiful life. Come into the quiet room with me right now. Step completely away from the overwhelming, exhausting noise of the busy world around you. Turn off the loud screens, silence the endless, demanding voices, and simply sit still in my holy presence. I am carefully, joyfully preparing rich, beautiful blessings for you in rooms you have not even entered yet. You look at your current, frustrating limitations, and you wrongly assume your story is securely locked in a narrow, boring box. You feel completely stuck in your tiring daily routine. But I am actively working far ahead of you, opening wide, massive doors of opportunity that you cannot possibly see right now. I am setting up perfect divine appointments, placing your name directly in the right conversations, and aligning powerful resources for your immediate benefit. Do not ever let your temporary lack dictate your permanent faith. I am the Almighty God of endless abundance, and my heavenly storehouses are completely overflowing with exactly what you desperately need today. I have hidden manna, special, supernatural sustaining food, waiting to deeply satisfy your intense spiritual hunger. You frequently feel like you are running entirely on empty. You pour all of your energy out for your demanding family, your stressful work, and your needy friends, leaving your own soul utterly dry and completely exhausted. Come to my deep, refreshing well today. Drink deeply from the pure living water I freely offer you right now. I will fill you up completely until you overflow with my lasting, unshakable joy. Listen incredibly closely to the profound, deep wisdom I gently whisper to your spirit during your times of quiet solitude. I do not usually shout loudly over the chaotic, terrifying panic of the world. I speak in a still, clear, small voice that absolutely requires you to quiet your racing mind. Ask me directly for clear direction regarding your heavy career decisions. Ask me exactly how to handle the painful, bitter conflict in your strained marriage. I will give you clear, precise, perfect instructions. I will give you the exact words to say and the exact steps to take. Receive the massive, surging strength I give to you in secret to help you firmly, boldly stand in the violent storm. You are facing fierce, terrifying winds of opposition right now. The heavy pressure feels like it might completely snap you in half. But I am actively pouring divine, supernatural resilience into your very bones. You will absolutely not break. You will bend, but you will absolutely not break. I offer you impenetrable, completely safe protection under the mighty, covering shadow of my wings. When the world feels entirely hostile and incredibly dangerous, run quickly to me. I am your totally secure, unshakable fortress. The heavy, sharp arrows of stress, unexpected sickness, and financial ruin will crash violently against my shield and fall completely harmlessly to the ground. Discover today that your absolutely greatest, most valuable treasures are found in me alone. Earthly money will eventually fade. Human careers will eventually end. People will sometimes painfully fail you. But I will never, ever fail you. I am your ultimate perfect reward. Open your tired hands right now and release your tight grip on worldly security. Let me completely fill your open hands with my eternal promises. Every single moment you spend seeking my face in the hidden, quiet hours is a massive investment that produces incredible spiritual wealth. Keep seeking me in the quiet, secret place, and I will openly, wildly bless your entire life. My child, just as I pour out my hidden manna to sustain your weary soul in the secret place, I am actively calling you now to be my powerful vessel of provision for others. There are millions wandering with heavy, hidden wounds, completely unaware that I clearly see their silent tears, and your urgent sacrifice today will violently carry this exact message of hope directly into their darkest rooms. I boldly declare over your life, give, and it will be given to you, a massive, good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and wildly running over. Plant your precious, sacrificial seed into this ministry right now, and watch exactly how I send a roaring, miraculous harvest of divine oil and fresh water completely back into your own dry seasons. This is a divine, holy appointment to aggressively partner with my kingdom, not just a casual, passing moment. I will fiercely multiply your finances, forcefully protect your household, and wildly bless the heavy work of your tired hands. Support this powerful, life-saving mission immediately through a super thanks, by becoming a member, or through the PayPal link in the description. Step out in fierce, unshakable faith and sow your heavy seed right now. My child, do not pause this message. Do not walk away when I am just beginning to pour out the exact answers you have desperately cried for in the dark. It deeply grieves my heart when you ask me for a massive breakthrough, but refuse to stay long enough to actually receive it. If you stop listening now, you will walk right back into the very suffocating anxiety I am actively destroying in this exact moment. Stay intimately with me. The absolute truth you need to hear next will permanently shift your reality. Keep listening. Lay your incredibly heavy load down right now. I directly command you to stop carrying the massive, crushing weight of the world completely alone. I clearly see the heavy, painful burdens you carry every single day without making a single complaint to anyone. I see the grueling, thankless work you do just to keep your household running smoothly. I see the physical, exhausting pain you fight through just to show up and do your demanding job. I see the heavy, draining emotional weight of caring for an aging parent or a struggling, wayward child. You paste a brave smile on your face for the people around you, but deep inside, your weary shoulders are completely sagging under the immense pressure. I am stepping in to carry this heavy load for you today. My yoke is incredibly easy, and my burden is wonderfully light. Trade your deep, bone-crushing exhaustion for my perfect, renewing rest. You absolutely do not have to be the strong one all the time. Let me be fiercely strong for you today. My own heart breaks completely and totally with yours in your dark, lonely moments of private, hidden grief. I see the deep, lingering sorrow you constantly carry from losing someone you desperately loved. I see the shattered, painful dreams that you quietly buried in the deep backyard of your mind. I see the silent, bitter tears that fall onto your pillow when the house is totally dark and completely quiet. I am not distant or far away from your agonizing pain. I am sitting right there on the edge of your bed, carefully catching every single tear you cry in my bottle. I watch over the broken-hearted with an intense, fierce, unwavering tenderness. I am gently binding up your deep, festering wounds right now. I am applying the soothing, powerful, healing balm of my spirit to the raw, aching places in your tired soul. The brutal, blinding pain will not last forever. I am actively, powerfully turning your dark mourning into joyful, vibrant dancing. Absolutely no sacrifice you make for my kingdom ever goes unnoticed by my careful, watchful eyes. I see the exact times you generously gave your hard-earned money to someone in need when your own budget was incredibly tight and stressful. I see the long hours you spent listening to a broken friend when you were completely drained and empty yourself. I see the quiet, completely unseen acts of deep love and pure kindness you pour out every single day. The loud world does not give you a shiny award for these things, but I am keeping a perfect, eternal, highly detailed record. Great is your beautiful reward in heaven, and massive is my favor upon your life right now. Trust my gentle, unwavering patience as I watch you slowly grow through your messy, frustrating struggles. You get so incredibly angry with yourself when you stumble and make the same foolish mistake again. But I am not angrily tapping my foot, waiting for you to fail so I can punish you. I am cheering you on with absolute, overwhelming joy. I have an infinite, boundless reach of fierce mercy for you when you stumble. Reach up right now and grab my strong hand. I am pulling you completely up out of the dirt, gently brushing off your bruised knees, and firmly setting you back on the solid rock. Walk confidently forward in my massive, unshakable grace today. Stop looking at your life as a series of random, broken accidents. Listen to me right now. I want to reveal the profound truth about exactly why you are breathing in this very moment. You wake up every single morning, you go through the exact same tiring routine, you commute to a job that completely drains you, and you secretly wonder if this is all there is to your existence. You ask yourself in the quiet isolation of your car, does my life actually matter? Am I just taking up space? Hear my firm, unwavering answer today. You have a massive, divine purpose that I carefully designed before the foundation of the world. You are not an afterthought. You are not a mistake. You are a highly intentional, beautifully crafted masterpiece, and I formed you with my own two hands. Do not believe the heavy, depressing lie that your life is just a meaningless cycle of working, paying endless bills, and simply trying to survive the week. I have set a unique, powerful path before you since eternity past, and absolutely no one else on this entire earth can walk it but you. Look deep inside yourself today. I have placed incredible, entirely undiscovered talents within your spirit. You have completely ignored these gifts because the harsh world told you they were not practical, or because you were simply too exhausted to use them. You have a deep capacity to love the unlovable. You have a profound wisdom that comes from your hardest struggles. You have a voice that can bring immense comfort to shattered people. Do not let these precious, divine tools rust in the dark. I am calling you to bring them out into the light right now. You constantly look at your messy, hidden history and you feel completely disqualified. You look at your past failures, the years you feel you totally wasted, and the deep mistakes you made, and you think your purpose has been permanently ruined. But I use every single piece of your hidden history to perfectly prepare you for your powerful future. Your deepest, most painful wounds are exactly where your greatest authority will come from. The very things that almost completely destroyed you are the exact tools I will use through you to rescue other people. Trust my perfect, sovereign timing as I slowly reveal your life's work piece by piece. I know you desperately want the entire blueprint right now. You want to see the final, finished picture so you can finally feel secure. But if I showed you the massive, breathtaking scope of what I have planned for you, it would completely overwhelm your human mind. I am asking you to simply take the very next step in front of you. Be faithful in the quiet, small tasks I give you today. Be incredibly kind to the frustrated coworker. Be deeply patient with your demanding child. Be entirely honest in your quiet, daily work. These are not distractions from your divine purpose. They are the very training ground for it. Step boldly into your true identity today. You are a chosen, fully equipped, and deeply loved child of the Almighty God. Your specific calling is actively unfolding right now, even when you cannot feel it. Stop comparing your behind-the-scenes reality to everyone else's shiny, public highlight reel. Run your own race. Keep your eyes locked firmly on me. I am the brilliant author of your story, and I promise you, the chapters I am writing for your future are absolutely full of extraordinary hope, profound meaning, and ultimate victory. Stand up tall right now and boldly face the dark shadows that have been terrifying you. I command you to stop letting fear dictate your daily choices. I clearly see the paralyzing, suffocating anxiety that physically grips your chest when you look at your shrinking bank account. I know the sudden, irrational panic that aggressively wakes you up at 3 in the morning, making your heart pound as you heavily worry about your children, your health, and your uncertain future. These fears whisper vicious, horrible lies directly into your ears. They tell you that you are going to fail completely. They tell you that a massive disaster is right around the corner. I am exposing every single one of those demonic lies to the blazing light of my absolute truth today. You are not destined for ruin. You are destined for massive, undeniable victory. Break the heavy, rusty chains of anxiety that deeply dwell in your tired mind. You have accepted worry as your daily companion, but I am fiercely driving it out of your house right now. My powerful presence is an unbreakable, solid shield completely surrounding you against the terrors of the night. When the bad news comes on the television, when the doctor gives a confusing report, when your workplace starts laying people off, do not let your spirit instantly panic. You belong entirely to me, and I fiercely protect what is mine. I am actively providing you with the exact courage you need to finally face what you have been desperately avoiding. You have been running from difficult conversations. You have been hiding from massive, necessary decisions because you are absolutely terrified of making the wrong choice. Stop running today. Turn around and look your giant directly in the eye. You do not face this massive obstacle alone. I am standing right beside you, and I am the one who completely upholds you with my victorious right hand. The things that look like massive, unconquerable mountains to you are merely tiny pebbles to me. I am completely replacing your secret, debilitating doubts with my absolute, unshakable promises. When the enemy whispers that you will never get out of debt, you declare boldly that I am your ultimate, endless provider. When your mind tells you that your broken family will never heal, you stand firmly on the truth that I am the great restorer of broken walls. Do not give the enemy free rent in your mind for one more second. Evict the terrifying thoughts of failure right now. Fill your mental space heavily with my written word. Speak my promises out loud until they completely drown out the noise of your panic. You can stand incredibly tall today, not because you are perfectly strong, but because I am flawlessly strong inside of you. Lean your entire, heavy weight on me. I will absolutely never collapse under your pressure. I have completely defeated the world, and I hold the very keys to life and death. You have absolutely nothing to fear. Walk out your front door today with your head held high, wrapped completely in the invincible armor of my perfect, fearless love. Drop the incredibly heavy, crushing bags of guilt you have been dragging around for years. Look directly at me right now. I clearly see the deep, burning shame that constantly makes you want to hide your face from the world. You have certain, specific memories, painful mistakes you made years ago, relationships you fractured, words you can never take back, that still replay in your mind like a terrible, haunting movie. You wince in physical pain when you suddenly remember the selfish choices you made or the people you deeply hurt. You wake up in the morning, and before you even get out of bed, the heavy, dirty blanket of past shame instantly covers you. Throw that suffocating blanket off right now. I am thoroughly washing away the dark, ugly stains of the past that relentlessly haunt your memory. You are absolutely not defined by your absolute worst mistakes. You are entirely defined by the brutal, beautiful price I paid to totally redeem you. Discover the absolute, profound freedom found in simply confessing what I already completely know. You try so incredibly hard to hide your deep flaws from me. You think if you just ignore your painful sins, they will eventually disappear. But hidden wounds only fester and grow worse in the dark. Bring them out to me today. Speak the painful truth out loud in the quiet of your room. Tell me exactly where you failed, Tell me exactly how angry, jealous, or deeply bitter you have been. When you speak it out, the dark power of that secret is instantly and permanently broken. I do not listen to your confession so I can angrily punish you. I listen so I can completely, instantly forgive you. I take your heavy, ugly transgressions, and I bury them directly in the deepest, darkest depths of the bottomless sea. I put up a massive sign that says no fishing. Do not ever go back and try to dig up the forgiven sins that I have permanently buried. When I forgive you, I entirely forget your offense. You must boldly choose to forgive yourself. I joyfully offer you a completely fresh, brilliant start every single morning. My rich mercies are brand new the moment the sun comes up. Yesterday ended last night, and its heavy failures are gone forever. Today is a clean, blank slate, entirely washed by my powerful grace. Let me completely heal the deep, toxic shame that makes you wrongly believe you are utterly unworthy of love. You are fiercely, wildly loved. You are not damaged goods. You are not a ruined vessel. I am the master potter, and I am actively taking the broken, shattered pieces of your life and molding them into an entirely new, breathtaking creation. Embrace the new person I am aggressively making you to be. Stop aggressively clinging to the old, dead version of yourself. Step out of the dark, miserable prison of your past. The heavy iron door has already been completely unlocked. Push it open right now and walk freely into the bright, warm sunshine of my totally unconditional, completely restorative love. Quiet the incredibly loud, totally confusing voices shouting at you from every single direction. Take a slow, deep breath and let my absolute, perfect clarity settle heavily over your confused mind right now. You feel like you are wandering completely blindly through a thick, dark, terrifying maze. You are currently facing massive, life-altering decisions and you feel totally paralyzed. You wonder if you should stay in that frustrating, dead-end job or take a massive, frightening risk on something new. You do not know how to correctly navigate the deeply painful, extremely complicated situation with your family. You scroll endlessly on your phone, desperately searching for advice, constantly asking other people what they think you should do. Stop asking the blind world to lead you. Look directly to me. My holy word is a bright, blazing lamp that will instantly illuminate your hidden, confusing path. You only need enough light for the very next step. Do not demand to see the end of the journey. Just trust me with your feet today. Learn to clearly discern my gentle voice amidst the deafening, exhausting noise of the modern world. The world shouts at you with constant panic, heavy pressure, and deep urgency. The world tells you to hurry up, to push harder, to forcefully make things happen on your own. But my voice is completely different. My voice brings profound peace. My voice brings absolute stillness. When you are frantically rushing and stressing over a decision, that heavy anxiety is not from me. I lead you gently by still, quiet waters, especially when the path becomes dangerously steep and the climb becomes terribly hard. I will never aggressively drive you or violently push you from behind. I am the Good Shepherd. I walk entirely in front of you, calling your name, inviting you to simply follow my secure footsteps. Rely heavily on the Holy Spirit's vital role in revealing the deep mysteries of my perfect will for your life. You do not have to figure this complicated mess out with your own limited, human logic. I am actively preventing your tired feet from violently slipping on dangerous stones you cannot even see. I see the hidden traps ahead of you. I see the toxic people who are trying to enter your life. I see the financial pitfalls waiting down the road. If I am closing a specific door right now, do not try to violently kick it down. My closed doors are just as loving and just as protective as my open doors. Trust my absolute protection. If an opportunity falls through, if a relationship suddenly ends, if a plan completely shatters, do not immediately panic. Thank me for fiercely protecting you from a disaster you could not see. Follow me closely today. Keep your eyes firmly fixed on my guiding presence. When the fog is incredibly thick and you cannot see your own hand in front of your face, simply reach out and grab mine. I know exactly where we are going. I know the exact, perfect way home. Trust my flawless navigation. Surrender your anxious control, and let me lead you safely to the massive victory I have perfectly prepared for you. As I gently and perfectly guide your tired feet through the dark, confusing labyrinth of life, I am actively inviting you to help me brilliantly light the heavy path for millions who are completely lost. Your bold financial support today is the burning, holy oil that keeps this blazing lamp of truth shining fiercely for shattered souls trapped in unseen darkness. Do not delay for a single second, for the terrifying night is rapidly approaching, and your urgent generosity is desperately needed to violently rescue the totally forgotten right now. I promise you this absolute truth. Whoever powerfully refreshes others will be massively, miraculously refreshed themselves by my own hand. When you aggressively fund the rapid spread of my word, I will instantly command a massive, overflowing river of supernatural favor and ironclad protection to forcefully surround your fragile family. Do not hold back the exact breakthrough someone else is desperately crying out for today. Support this urgent, vital mission right now using super thanks, joining as a dedicated member, or giving through the PayPal link below. Give generously this very second, and watch me fiercely illuminate your own unseen future. Do not turn your screen off right now. If you violently silence my voice and return to the chaotic, deafening noise of the world, you will instantly shatter the delicate, divine work I am performing in your spirit this very minute. It utterly breaks my heart to watch you continuously settle for the world's broken crumbs when I am actively preparing a massive, eternal feast for you. Do not surrender to your short attention span. Keep listening closely. I am about to hand you the exact, heavy key to finally unlock the heavy chains holding you captive. Keep actively planting your good, faithful seeds even when the hard ground looks completely barren, cold, and entirely dead. I directly command you not to give up on doing the right thing. I clearly see the massive, exhausting effort you put in every single day, and I intimately know how incredibly frustrating it is when absolutely no one even bothers to say thank you. You constantly do the heavy, tedious lifting at your job, and someone else easily takes all the shiny, public credit. You pour endless, draining love into your demanding family, cooking the daily meals, folding the endless laundry, paying the stressful bills, quietly fixing the broken things, and they hardly seem to notice your immense, daily sacrifice. You feel completely taken for granted. You feel like your hard work is totally invisible. Hear me right now. I see every single hidden thing. I'm keeping a flawless, eternal record of the deep kindness you show when absolutely no one else is looking. Your quiet, private faithfulness is actively leading to a massive, undeniable public fruitfulness. You wrongly think that because you cannot see immediate results, nothing is happening. But the most profound, powerful spiritual growth always happens in the dark, completely beneath the messy surface. When you bury a small seed in the dirt, it looks like it is entirely dead. It sits in the dark, heavy soil for weeks. But underneath the surface, powerful roots are fiercely digging down. The seed is breaking open. It is aggressively preparing to push violently through the hard earth. You are in that dark, uncomfortable planting stage right now. You are doing the lonely, hard work, and you feel buried. You are not buried. You are planted. I am asking you to completely trust the difficult process of waiting in my perfect, precise timing. Do not dig up the seed in frustration just to see if it is growing. Leave it entirely in my capable hands. There is an immense, overflowing joy waiting for you as you see my brilliant light shine entirely through your humble, hidden acts. Every single time you bite your tongue instead of speaking in bitter anger, you are planting a seed of peace. Every single time you generously give to someone in need secretly, you are planting a seed of abundance. Every single time you choose absolute integrity when lying would be so much easier, you are planting a seed of immense honor. You not grow totally weary in doing good. The dark, frustrating season of waiting is almost over. The heavy rain of my divine favor is already gathering right above you. Know with absolute, ironclad certainty that every single seed of deep faith you have sown in secret will one day bloom into a massive, breathtaking harvest. I will reward you openly. I will bless you abundantly. Your long, silent season of unnoticed sacrifice is about to turn into a loud, undeniable season of extraordinary, miraculous reward. Keep your hands on the plow and do not look back. Look carefully at the path right in front of your feet today. I am speaking directly to the hidden traps that continually trip you up. I clearly see the secret habits and the silent addictions that you struggle with behind closed doors. You feel completely trapped in that late-night habit you absolutely hate. You scroll endlessly on your phone to numb the sharp pain in your mind. You return to the exact same toxic relationship or the exact same destructive thoughts because they feel deeply familiar. You constantly tell yourself, "This is the very last time," yet you find yourself violently pulled back into the exact same dark cycle. Do you feel that heavy, sickening guilt in the pit of your stomach after you fail? Hand that deep guilt over to me right now. I am not watching you struggle from a distance with a disappointed frown. I am actively, powerfully snatching you from the dangerous, hidden traps perfectly set by the adversary. Listen incredibly closely to the quiet warning signals I constantly place in your spirit to keep you totally safe. You know that sudden, uneasy feeling in your chest before you make a terrible decision. You know that heavy pause, that instant hesitation before you walk into a room you know you should avoid. That is not your imagination. That is my Holy Spirit flashing a bright red light on your dark road. Stop forcefully ignoring my gentle warnings. I am actively trying to keep your feet from stepping into a massive, painful snare. I will provide you with the exact, undeniable strength you need to firmly resist the terrible temptations that whisper sweetly to you in the dark. The enemy constantly lies and tells you that you are entirely too weak to break this heavy habit. He tells you that this is simply who you are now. I completely reject that lie over your life today. I faithfully provide a clear, completely safe way of escape in absolutely every single trial you face. When the intense pressure to give in feels like it is going to completely crush you, look up immediately. I am opening a massive, clear exit door right beside you. You do not have to rely on your own exhausted, fragile willpower. Your human willpower will always eventually fail when you are incredibly tired or deeply hungry. But my divine power never, ever runs out. I am permanently breaking the heavy, iron power of the secret habits that tightly bind your weary soul. Feel those heavy chains snapping and falling completely to the ground right now. Step out of the dirty cage you have been living in. I am giving you the fierce, unmatched power to walk in the total, beautiful liberty that my pure truth provides. You are no longer a miserable slave to your secret fears or your hidden sins. You are a completely free, wildly victorious child of the Almighty God. Walk out of that dark trap today and never look back. Come inside and gently shut the heavy door behind you. I invite you right now into an intimate, quiet place of profound fellowship that requires absolutely no fake smile and no heavy armor. You spend your entire day pretending for everyone else. You politely nod at your demanding boss, you smile at the rude cashier, and you try so incredibly hard to look perfectly put together for your friends. By the time you finally get home, you are completely drained, totally empty, and utterly exhausted. Take off your heavy, uncomfortable masks right now. Let out the long, tired breath you have been holding in all day. In my quiet presence, you absolutely do not have to perform. You do not have to string together big, fancy, religious words to get my attention. I love the genuine, raw, messy version of you. I deeply cherish the intimacy of our relationship when you finally let your thick walls fall completely down. Learn to be entirely still and truly know that I am your God. The noisy world constantly demands your frantic action. It tells you to hustle harder, to move faster, and to never, ever stop running. But I am commanding you to stop right now. Sit down in the quiet stillness. Do you feel how incredibly tired your soul is? Do you feel that deep, lingering ache right behind your tired eyes? I want to make a miraculous, powerful exchange with you in this secret chamber. Hand me your absolute, total weakness, and I will instantly pour my massive, divine strength directly into your spirit. When you feel like you cannot possibly take one more step, that is exactly when my power violently takes over. Listen closely for my steady heartbeat in the deep silence of your daily prayer. Prayer is not just you shouting a long list of desperate needs up to the sky. It is you resting your weary head on my strong chest and listening to the steady, reassuring rhythm of my immense love for you. Find your true, permanent home entirely within my loving, protective embrace today. You have spent so much of your life fiercely searching for a place where you completely belong. You have looked for it in successful careers, in romantic relationships, and in the fleeting approval of loud crowds. But your beautiful, restless soul will only find total, lasting peace when it comes back home to me. Discover the profound, unbelievable joy of a soul that has absolutely nothing to hide from its loving Maker. When you sit quietly in your car before walking into your house, I am sitting right there in the passenger seat. When you lock yourself in the bathroom just to get 5 minutes of peace from your chaotic family, I am entirely present with you in that tiny space. Bring me into your quiet, ordinary moments. Let us walk through this hard life closely together, hand in hand, intimately connected in the beautiful, hidden chamber of your heart. Release your bitter, heavy need for revenge this very second. I am speaking directly to the deep, burning sense of injustice you carry heavily in your heart. I clearly see the exact moment you were unfairly passed over for that promotion you desperately deserved. I completely know about the vicious, terrible lies that a family member or a former friend deliberately spread behind your back. I see how you were cheated out of your hard-earned money, and how someone else easily took the shiny credit for your exhausting, tedious work. You feel a massive, tight knot of anger in your stomach every single time you think about it. You constantly imagine exactly what you would say to them if you had the perfect chance. Let go of that dark, poisonous anger right now. I clearly see the gross injustice done to you in the hidden, cold shadows of society. You are absolutely not forgotten, and you are entirely not ignored. I take my vital role as the fierce defender of the voiceless incredibly seriously. When people violently attack you in secret, they foolishly think no one is watching. They think they got away with their cruel actions, but they are completely mistaken. I am the perfectly just, entirely righteous judge of the universe. I keep a flawless, eternal record of every single bitter tear you have shed in total loneliness. Every hot, angry tear that fell onto your steering wheel when you felt totally powerless. I caught every single one. I will powerfully bring to light the hidden, ugly things of darkness. The dirty secrets that corrupt people try to bury will be massively, publicly exposed by my brilliant light. You do not have to spend your precious, limited energy trying to aggressively clear your own name. Step back instantly and let me fiercely defend your honor. I give you my unbreakable, ironclad promise to powerfully vindicate the righteous in my exact, perfect time. I know you deeply want immediate, crushing justice right now. You want to see the people who hurt you immediately fail. But I am asking you to completely trust my sovereign timing and my perfect ways. My justice is absolute, but my mercy is also incredibly vast. Leave the heavy burden of judgment entirely in my capable hands. Rest securely in the absolute assurance that absolutely no evil action will ever go unaddressed before my holy throne. Do not let the toxic poison of deep bitterness ruin your beautiful, tender heart. If you hold tightly to your anger, you only keep yourself locked in a dark, miserable prison. Forgive them today, not because they deserve your forgiveness, but because you desperately deserve my perfect peace. Walk entirely free from the heavy, suffocating chains of resentment. Hold your head incredibly high. I am fighting aggressively for you, and I will perfectly make all wrong things completely right. Stop shouting frantically into the dark, demanding an immediate, loud answer from me. Settle your deeply frustrated, highly anxious spirit right now. You have been praying the exact same desperate prayer for long months, and perhaps even for long, painful years. You check your phone, you check your bank account, you check the medical reports, and absolutely nothing has changed. You feel completely ignored. You wrongly think that my prolonged silence means I have angrily turned my back on you. Let me speak a profound, comforting truth directly into your fearful mind today. My quiet silence is never, ever my true absence. When you cannot hear my loud voice, it does not mean I have left the room. I am sitting right next to you in the heavy, frustrating quiet. Understand fully what I am actively teaching you while you painfully wait for your massive breakthrough. I am doing an incredibly deep, profound work in your tired soul right now during these hard, quiet seasons. Think of a brilliant, highly skilled surgeon working in a busy operating room. The surgeon does not shout or make loud, chaotic noise while performing a delicate, life-saving heart procedure. The surgeon works in deep, intense, careful silence. I am currently performing spiritual surgery on your fragile heart. I am carefully cutting away your deep pride. I am aggressively removing your heavy reliance on worldly money and human approval. I am actively building massive, unshakable endurance deep inside your bones. If I instantly gave you exactly what you asked for the very second you asked for it, you would remain spiritually weak and completely immature. I am totally committed to your eternal growth, not just your temporary, fleeting comfort. Will you boldly choose to trust my perfect character when you absolutely cannot see my moving hand? It is incredibly easy to praise me when the bills are completely paid and your body feels perfectly healthy. But the true, pure test of your deep faith happens right now, in the dark, silent hallway when one massive door has violently closed and the next door has not yet opened. I am actively developing a fierce, solid faith in you that absolutely does not depend on outward, shiny signs or immediate emotional thrills. Do not panic when the road is completely quiet. Lean heavily into the profound peace that completely surpasses all human understanding in the very midst of this dark mystery. You do not need to figure out the entire complex plan today. You only need to deeply trust the perfect planner. Take a very deep, slow breath right now. Drop your tense, worried shoulders. I am still firmly on the throne. I am actively working all things deeply behind the scenes. Wait patiently for me and I will absolutely, perfectly deliver you. Even in your quietest, most frustrating seasons of silent waiting, absolutely nothing is ever hidden from my sight. And I am calling you right now to aggressively speak massive life into the deafening silence of others. Every single seed you desperately sowed today acts as a roaring, prophetic trumpet blast, forcefully carrying my healing truth to utterly broken people who secretly believe I have completely abandoned them. Bring your heavy tithes and sacrificial offerings into my storehouse right now, and fiercely test me in this, to see if I will not violently throw open the massive, golden floodgates of heaven directly over your life. This is your urgent, divine moment to aggressively partner with my quiet miracles before the massive storm breaks over the earth. As you boldly sacrifice to support this vital channel, I will rapidly, supernaturally multiply your secret resources and command absolute, unshakable peace to heavily guard your home. Refuse to let the terrifying enemy violently silence this powerful message of eternal hope. Forcefully push back the heavy darkness by giving a super thanks, becoming a faithful member, or donating through the PayPal link in the description today. Sow your seed in absolute, blind faith right now, and prepare immediately for your own sudden, massive breakthrough. Are you growing tired? Do not let the enemy aggressively convince you to stop right here. To walk away from my holy presence now would be a tragic, bitter disappointment to the fierce, eternal love I am pouring entirely over you today. I am right in the middle of performing profound spiritual surgery on your weary, battered soul. Do not violently jump off the table before the healing is completely finished. Stay entirely focused on my voice. The most breathtaking, massive revelation of your entire life is actively unfolding right now. Do not dare leave. Look closely at the incredibly tired, stressed people walking right past you in the busy grocery store today. I clearly see the profound, hidden connections between my precious children all across the entire earth. You frequently feel like you are the absolute only person struggling with your specific, heavy burden. You sit quietly in your living room, and you wrongly believe your painful isolation is completely unique. But I see the massive, powerful, invisible web of my spirit perfectly connecting you to millions of other believers who are fighting the exact same hard battles. You are a vital, indispensable part of a massive global family. Never underestimate the immense, explosive power of the hidden members of my true church. The loud world heavily celebrates the famous leaders with massive crowds and shiny microphones. But I deeply treasure the quiet, faithful mother praying over her sick child at 2 in the morning. I fiercely value the elderly man reading my word alone in his quiet room. I am calling you to actively pray for other people in the total privacy of your own heart. When you see an ambulance rush violently past your car, do not just casually look away. Speak a rapid, powerful word of life over the strangers inside. When you notice your stressed coworker looking deeply overwhelmed, silently ask me to pour massive peace over their chaotic mind. You are actively building my eternal kingdom through these incredibly small, totally unseen acts of pure love. Every single time you send a quick text message of encouragement to a lonely friend, you are planting a massive, spiritual pillar. Every single time you hold your tongue and offer gentle grace to a highly frustrated stranger, you are beautifully reflecting my perfect character. Do not ever think your small, quiet life does not immensely matter. The largest, most powerful massive trees in the forest are securely held together by a totally hidden, deeply connected underground root system. Feel the powerful, spiritual bond that perfectly unites all who genuinely call upon my holy name. You are entirely surrounded by a massive, unseen army of fellow soldiers. Recognize my beautiful, divine image specifically in the tired faces of the incredibly humble people around you. The person bagging your groceries, the quiet janitor cleaning your office, the incredibly loud, messy toddler testing your last nerve. I created every single one of them. Treat them with the exact same fierce dignity and profound respect you would immediately offer directly to me. Step entirely out of your self-centered worry today and look aggressively for simple ways to bless the hidden people around you. As you quietly pour your limited, tired energy into deeply loving others. I will simultaneously pour massive, overflowing streams of refreshing life entirely back into you. You are absolutely never alone in this hard fight. We are all deeply connected, and together, through my perfect strength, we are completely, undeniably victorious. Look closely at the shattered pieces of your past right now. I command you to stop staring at your history with that heavy, suffocating wave of bitter regret. I clearly see you looking back at the calendar, counting the long years you feel you have completely and utterly wasted. You think about the terribly painful relationship that drained your youth, the failed business that deeply buried you in stressful debt, or the foolish choices that cost you massive opportunities. You look at your current life, and you only believe you have permanently ruined your own beautiful story. Hand me those broken, dirty fragments this very second. I have an unmatched, miraculous ability to see absolute, brilliant potential in what the loud world violently calls a complete ruin. You see a pile of dead, gray ashes, but I see the exact foundation for your massive, undeniable comeback. I am aggressively bringing breathtaking beauty directly out of the cold ashes of your worst past mistakes. You assume your heavy failures have permanently disqualified you from my perfect grace. That is a vicious, terrible lie. I am the Almighty God of complete, total restoration. I do not just patch up your broken walls. I entirely rebuild your life from the ground up, making it far stronger and far more beautiful than it ever was before. I will miraculously recover exactly what the swarming locusts have eaten in secret. Those lost years of deep depression, those painful seasons of severe anxiety, those long months you spent entirely paralyzed by your own hidden fears. I am giving the value of that time entirely back to you. I will powerfully accelerate your current progress so rapidly that you will completely forget the long, bitter years you spent stuck in the dark mud. Watch me intimately turn your deep, private pain into a massive, undeniable public testimony of my overwhelming grace. The specific struggles that almost completely destroyed you in secret are the exact tools I will use to massively bless others. The terrible addiction you quietly fought, the brutal divorce that shattered your tender heart, the crushing financial ruin that kept you awake for countless nights. These are not permanent stains on your record. They are the highly valuable credentials of your new, powerful calling. Do not hide your deep scars from the people around you. Your healed wounds are the ultimate, undeniable proof of my redemptive power that absolutely never, ever gives up. I loved you fiercely when you were running away from me, and I love you even more powerfully now that you are bravely walking back home. Prepare to completely witness the breathtaking miracle of a life totally transformed by my gentle, healing touch. You are actively stepping into a profound season of immense, divine recovery. Everything you thought was permanently dead is about to violently spring back to vibrant, roaring life. I am actively opening the massive doors you thought were heavily padlocked forever. I am fiercely restoring your stolen joy, your depleted finances, and your totally exhausted physical body. Stop living in the dusty graveyard of your past failures. Walk boldly out of the dark tomb today. Take a massive, deep breath of the fresh, clean air of my absolute forgiveness. You have not missed your divine window of opportunity. Your absolute best, most glorious days are standing directly in front of you, waiting for you to boldly step into them. Keep putting one tired foot firmly in front of the other today. I directly command you not to quit this race, even when your weary legs feel like heavy, sinking lead. I clearly see the massive, draining effort it takes for you just to get out of bed on some incredibly dark mornings. You are running a grueling, exhausting marathon, and absolutely no one is standing on the sidelines cheering you on. You faithfully show up to your demanding job. You patiently deal with a highly difficult teenager. You quietly manage the stressful, mounting bills, and you do it all without a single round of applause. You constantly feel like your immense daily sacrifices are totally invisible to your demanding family and your busy friends. But I am watching your incredible endurance with absolute, overwhelming pride. I see your fierce resilience, and I am the only audience that truly, eternally matters. Keep your tired eyes firmly locked on the massive, eternal prize, and completely ignore the temporary, fading praise of earthly men. If you only run hard when people are watching, you will instantly collapse the second the shiny spotlight moves away. I am calling you to a much deeper, vastly superior level of true grit. My massive, boundless grace is wildly sufficient for your most deeply hidden, embarrassing weaknesses. When you hit the terrible, suffocating wall of complete burnout, do not try to desperately push through it with your own fragile human strength. That is exactly like a Ferrari trying to violently drive forward with the emergency handbrake fully pulled up. Release your heavy, anxious striving right now. Fall completely back into my strong, waiting arms. I am actively breathing a powerful, supernatural second wind directly into your entirely exhausted lungs. When you feel like you absolutely cannot take one more step, my Holy Spirit will fiercely lift you up and carry you completely forward. You are not just surviving. You are actively conquering. I am providing you with the exact, precise strength to beautifully finish well by staying totally true to the specific path I have perfectly set before you. Do not look sideways at the person running in the next lane. Do not wildly compare your quiet, steady progress to their loud, fast sprint. Your divine race is completely unique. You are surrounded right now by a massive, unseen cloud of heavenly witnesses who intimately know exactly how hard your hidden struggles truly are. They are fiercely cheering for your ultimate victory. I am waiting for you at the brilliant finish line, holding a massive, eternal crown of profound glory specifically fitted for your head. Do not drop the heavy baton today. Keep running aggressively forward. Open your closed spiritual eyes right now and look entirely beyond the physical mess standing directly in front of you. I heavily command you to wake up and completely recognize the fierce, unseen warfare actively raging in the heavenly places. You wrongly think your biggest, most frustrating problem is your highly unreasonable boss, your completely stubborn spouse, or your shockingly low bank account balance. You get incredibly angry at the flesh and blood people who constantly hurt you. Stop fighting the wrong enemy today. The sudden, bitter arguments that instantly erupt out of absolutely nowhere in your house, the incredibly thick, suffocating tension you feel in your living room, the sudden wave of dark, heavy dread that violently hits your chest. These are not random accidents. They are deeply coordinated, spiritual attacks meant to permanently steal your God-given peace. Understand the massive, undeniable truth. I actively dispatch powerful, mighty angels to fiercely guard you in all your secret, vulnerable ways. You are absolutely never sitting totally unprotected. When you drive down the dangerously busy highway, when you sleep soundly in the dark of night, my heavily armed, heavenly forces are completely surrounding your fragile home. I have directly given you massive, unmatched authority in my holy name. You are not a weak, helpless victim waiting to be violently crushed by the dark world. You are a fully equipped, highly dangerous warrior in my mighty kingdom. Use the powerful weapons I have freely handed to you. When the thick, dark atmosphere of heavy depression fiercely tries to settle over your quiet mind, open your mouth and command it to leave immediately. Discover the incredible, explosive power of your private, hidden worship to completely violently shift the heavy atmosphere directly around you. When you boldly choose to sing my profound praises in the very middle of your agonizing pain, you literally drop a massive bomb of brilliant light into the enemy's dark camp. Your quiet, tearful worship in your messy kitchen is a terrifying, deafening roar in the spiritual realm. Start living actively as a true citizen of my eternal kingdom while you are temporarily walking on this broken earth. Boldly discern the hidden, spiritual roots of your frustrating physical challenges. When sudden sickness deeply attacks your tired body, or when a massive wave of fear suddenly grips your racing heart, do not just casually accept it. Stand entirely tall, firmly plant your feet on the solid rock of my word, and forcefully declare my total victory over your life. You are perfectly, completely guarded, totally heavily armed, and guaranteed to thoroughly win this unseen war. Dig up the beautiful, precious gifts you have deliberately buried in the dark dirt. I command you to stop entirely hiding the massive, brilliant talents I perfectly placed deep inside your soul. I clearly see the old, dusty notebook of amazing ideas you have never bravely shown to anyone. I intensely feel the deep, burning desire you constantly harbor to start a new business, to launch a helpful ministry, or to radically change your frustrating career path. You forcefully suppress these massive dreams because you are absolutely terrified of failing completely. You heavily convince yourself that you are totally overqualified for your current, mundane job, yet incredibly under-equipped for your true divine destiny. Stop aggressively limiting my immense power with your tiny, human logic today. I demand that you actively invest the specific gifts I gave you that the blind world has not even seen yet. You must absolutely be deeply faithful in the quiet, little things before I can safely trust you to handle massive, overwhelming blessings. You desperately want the shiny, public platform right now. You deeply desire the massive promotion and the loud, public recognition. But I am closely, heavily watching exactly how you manage the tiny, frustrating details of your current, quiet life. How do you aggressively treat the extremely rude customer? How do you faithfully handle your deeply limited, extremely tight finances? Use your own private, highly restricted resources right now to massively bless the desperate people exactly in your current reach. Do not wait until you have $1 million to be generously helpful. Give your quiet time, offer your listening ear, and share your simple meal today. Actively cultivate a fierce, unyielding spirit of deep excellence even when absolutely no one is closely watching you. When you clean the messy house, when you complete the boring spreadsheet at work, when you quietly repair the broken fence, do it entirely with massive, undeniable pride as if you are doing it directly for my eyes only. You carry a heavy, profound accountability for the specific, unique influence I have perfectly entrusted to you. You do not need a massive audience to be a powerful leader. You are actively leading your observant children. You are deeply influencing your close friends, and you are quietly shifting the culture of your busy workplace. Stop fiercely waiting for the perfect, magical moment to bravely step out. Step out directly into the deep waters right now. The immense, overwhelming joy of hearing me confidently declare, "Well done, my good and absolutely faithful servant," will completely eclipse any temporary, scary fear you feel in this exact moment. My fiercely loved child, I am intimately watching exactly how you steward the hidden talents and quiet resources I have already placed directly into your open hands. I am urgently calling you to bravely invest a portion of your worldly treasure today to forcefully fund the eternal, breathtaking rescue of totally desperate, unseen souls. Remember my absolute, unbreakable promise. He who vigorously sows bountifully will also violently reap a massive, overflowing, miraculous harvest. Your bold financial gift today is a blazing, fiery arrow shot directly into the dark enemy camp, aggressively tearing down the heavy iron chains of millions who are crying out in total secret. When you faithfully pour out your precious resources to spread my holy word, I will radically, fiercely command supernatural multiplication over your own shrinking bank account and firmly rebuke the hidden devourer for your sake. Do not tightly bury your seed in the cold, dark dirt of fear for one more second. Actively step into your massive kingdom authority right now by giving a super thanks, joining as an honored member, or utilizing the PayPal link below. Release your generous offering immediately and powerfully secure your breathtaking, eternal reward. My beloved, we are so incredibly, breathtakingly close. Do not abandon this profound, holy encounter when you are standing mere inches from your absolute, undeniable victory. If you stop listening to me now, you deeply grieve the very spirit that is aggressively, violently fighting to completely set you free today. Give me the remaining, quiet fragments of your precious time. What I am about to fiercely declare over your life will permanently change the entire trajectory of your future. Do not look away. Let us finish this beautiful work together. Let me sit completely with you in the loud, deafening silence of your profound loneliness today. I clearly see you sitting entirely alone in your quiet car, or staring blankly at your completely silent phone, feeling an agonizing, deeply crushing weight of total isolation. You are entirely surrounded by extremely busy people at work. You have family members constantly walking right past you in the hallway, yet you deeply feel entirely, utterly misunderstood and completely unseen. You intensely ache for just one person to genuinely ask how your heavy heart is truly doing, and actually wait to hear the honest, messy answer. Realize this massive, unshakable truth right now. You are absolutely never, ever truly alone, because I am permanently, fiercely occupying the exact space directly beside you. I am the ultimate, perfect friend who sticks vastly closer than any earthly brother. Human friends will painfully flake out on you. Family members will deeply disappoint your fragile expectations. People will forcefully walk out of your busy life precisely when you desperately need them the absolute most. But I will never, ever abandon your side. My powerful, warm presence is actively, heavily filling the cold, empty, terrifying spaces in your quiet home and in your shattered heart. When you sit down to eat your quiet dinner alone tonight, I am sitting directly across the table from you. When you cry heavily into your wet pillow at 2 in the morning, I am carefully, gently holding your shaking head. I deliberately use this painful, forced solitude to forcefully, lovingly draw you vastly closer to my own beating heart. When the loud, chaotic world violently strips away your daily distractions and completely leaves you alone in the quiet dark, that is precisely when my gentle whisper becomes incredibly, undeniably loud. Feel the massive, overwhelming warmth of my fierce love directly in the absolute coldest, most bitter seasons of your frustrating life. I am wrapping a heavy, deeply comforting blanket of perfect peace totally around your shivering shoulders right now. Do not frantically rush to violently fill your quiet calendar with meaningless, exhausting activities just to fiercely avoid being alone with your own racing thoughts. Turn your deep, agonizing loneliness into a profoundly beautiful, holy encounter totally with me. Speak your deepest, darkest, most terrifying fears completely out loud to me in the empty room. I am deeply listening. I am fiercely answering. You are wildly, profoundly cherished, and I am the exact, perfect companion your incredibly weary soul has been desperately starving for. Drop your heavy, exhausting armor of pride right this very second. I strictly command you to stop trying to prove your ultimate worth to a world that will never be completely satisfied. I clearly see how incredibly hard you work to look perfectly strong, absolutely flawless, and totally in control. You walk into your busy office, you walk into your chaotic family gatherings, and you put on a thick, shiny mask of total self-sufficiency. You loudly tell everyone, I am perfectly fine, while your weary soul is secretly, desperately screaming for a tiny moment of rest. Stop pretending you do not need my help. I deeply, profoundly dwell with those who possess a completely contrite, entirely humble spirit. I do not inhabit the high, arrogant castles of human pride. I make my permanent, beautiful home in the lowest, quietest valleys of total surrender. Admit your deep, aching need for my massive strength today. There is an absolute, undeniable power found precisely in the beautiful moment you finally fall totally to your tired knees and say, I absolutely cannot do this anymore. You wrongly think that admitting your sheer exhaustion is a terrible sign of failure. It is absolutely not a failure. It is the exact, beautiful beginning of your true spiritual victory. When you completely empty yourself of your loud, stubborn ego, you create massive, open space for my Holy Spirit to violently rush in. I actively, powerfully exalt those who bravely choose the lowest, quietest place in secret. Let someone else take the shiny credit at your job today. Let someone else furiously win the petty, bitter argument in your living room. Do not aggressively fight for the temporary, fading spotlight. I am heavily guarding your fragile heart against the toxic, deadly poison of hidden pride. Pride will instantly blind your spiritual eyes and forcefully turn your heart to cold, hard stone. Reflect my brilliant, eternal glory rather than desperately seeking your own fading applause. You are exactly like a clear, beautiful mirror. If you constantly turn the mirror toward yourself, you only see your own messy flaws and deep limitations. But if you fiercely turn your face directly toward me, you will powerfully bounce my brilliant, blinding light into the darkest corners of your loud world. Find the absolute, breathtaking freedom of living for my holy name's sake alone. You no longer have to frantically defend your personal reputation. You no longer have to aggressively build your own tiny, fragile kingdom. My kingdom is entirely unshakable, and you are a highly cherished, deeply loved heir to it. Step entirely off the exhausting, endless treadmill of self-promotion right now. Take a deep, gentle breath of total relief. I am your mighty defender. I am your ultimate provider, and I will aggressively lift you up perfectly in my own precise, flawless timing. Bow your head gently right now, surrender your heavy control, and watch exactly how powerfully I move on your behalf. Lift your tired, heavy eyes toward the bright, completely unstoppable horizon right now. I command you to look entirely beyond the temporary, crushing pain of your current, messy situation. I clearly see the deep, heavy longing of your tired soul to finally see me face to exact face. You walk through this incredibly dark, highly confusing world feeling like an exhausted, homesick traveler. You constantly ache for a perfect, safe place where absolutely no one lies, absolutely no one gets violently sick, and absolutely no one ever leaves. That beautiful, perfect place is not a naive fairy tale. It is your guaranteed, ironclad future reality. Every single quiet, hidden tear you have ever cried in the total dark is actively preparing your fragile heart for the massive, eternal weight of my incoming glory. Hold fiercely to the unbreakable truth that absolutely every secret, confusing thing will finally be completely understood. You currently look at the deeply painful, sudden tragedies in your life and you forcefully ask, why did this happen to me? You stare at the empty chair at your dining table, you look at the devastating medical diagnosis, and you see absolutely nothing but total, senseless chaos. But a spectacular, blinding day of absolute revelation is rapidly coming. On that glorious day, the heavy, thick veil will be violently torn away. You will clearly see exactly how I meticulously wove every single bitter tragedy, every massive failure, and every hidden sorrow into a breathtaking, stunning tapestry of ultimate victory. The intense joy of entering completely into the absolute fullness of my brilliant light will instantly swallow up your years of heavy darkness. Prepare your weary heart today for the ultimate, spectacular end of all your deep, hidden sorrows. Look directly at your aging, aching, entirely mortal body right now. I know exactly how deeply it frustrates you. I see the chronic, sharp pain you fight through every single morning. I see the sudden, terrifying weakness that heavily limits your daily plans. Do not fiercely despair over your failing physical tent. I am permanently transforming your fragile, breaking body into a brilliant, immortal reflection of my own perfect likeness. There is a magnificent, roaring day fast approaching when I will personally, gently wipe every single bitter tear directly from your tired eyes. Death will be permanently, completely destroyed. Heavy mourning, loud crying, and sharp physical pain will be forcefully erased from your reality forever. Anchor your exhausted, weary soul completely to this massive, unshakable promise. The dark, terrifying night is almost entirely over. The brilliant, eternal morning is actively breaking. Stand up completely straight, dry your weeping eyes, and step boldly forward into the glorious, victorious light. Grab tightly onto my strong, unyielding hand right this very second. I strongly command you to completely stop doubting the massive, absolute security of your eternal position in my family. You constantly project the terrible, painful failures of human beings directly onto me. Your earthly father may have completely walked out the heavy front door. Your closest, most trusted friends may have violently betrayed your fragile trust. Your demanding employer may have coldly fired you after years of loyal, exhausting service. Because of this deep trauma, you constantly wait for me to forcefully abandon you when you make a terrible mistake. Break that dark, vicious lie in your mind today. I am absolutely not like broken, fickle men. I have made a massive, unbreakable covenant of fierce love with you that cannot be shattered by your worst, most hidden failures. Rest completely and totally securely in the absolute knowledge that you are permanently held exactly in the palm of my mighty hand. Absolutely no demonic force in hell, no terrible mistake in your past, and no sudden disaster in your future can ever forcefully pry my strong fingers off of your life. I give you my absolute, permanent commitment. I will never, under any circumstance, completely leave you, nor will I ever forcefully forsake you. When you wildly succeed, I am standing directly right there. When you completely fall flat on your tired face, I am standing entirely right there, reaching actively down to pull you back up. You have a massive, perfectly reserved inheritance waiting directly for you in my eternal kingdom. It is not fading, it is not rotting, and it cannot be stolen by any sudden economic crash or hidden thief. Trust entirely in my holy, living word, which stands completely firm and completely unshaken through all chaotic ages. The loud, panicked news on your television perfectly changes every single hour. The popular opinions of the blind world completely shift like loose, unstable sand. But my divine promises are solid, heavy, unmovable granite rocks. Rest your tired, anxious, overthinking mind entirely in the absolute knowledge that I am exactly who I boldly say I am. I am your mighty healer. I am your fierce protector. I am your ultimate, endless provider. Stop constantly testing the solid floorboards of my grace to see if they will suddenly collapse under your heavy weight. They will absolutely never collapse. You are incredibly safe. You are permanently loved. You are wholly mine. Take a deep, lasting breath of pure relief right now. Your frantic, terrifying search for total security is completely over. You have found your permanent, safe home entirely in me. Make a powerful, defining choice right this very moment. I directly invite you to actively choose to live every single remaining moment of your life in conscious, unbroken union perfectly with me. Do not just visit me on a quiet Sunday morning and completely forget my presence when Monday violently attacks you. I am calling you to radically, deeply abide in me. When you are sitting in heavy, frustrating traffic, speak directly to me. When you are furiously washing the dirty dishes, listen closely to my gentle voice. When you are nervously walking into a hostile meeting at your job, carry the massive, intimidating weight of my powerful presence completely with you. The loud, broken world desperately needs to absolutely see exactly what a life permanently anchored in divine peace truly looks like. Lay down every single one of your heavy, fake masks and be entirely, brutally real with me forever. The exhausting, miserable chapter of hiding, pretending, and terrified running is permanently over today. Walk boldly and securely out of this quiet room carrying the fierce, undeniable awareness that the Almighty God is actively, aggressively fighting for you. Find your ultimate, profound rest in the absolute truth that I see absolutely every hidden detail of your messy life, and I fiercely, wildly care about every single one. You do not have to aggressively scream to get my total attention. You do not have to perfectly perform to earn my endless love. You simply have to firmly stay directly connected to the true vine. Walk confidently in the brilliant, blazing light, exactly as I am in the light. Expose your deepest fears to my truth. Bathe your sharpest anxieties in my absolute peace. I am permanently closing the dark, terrifying book of your hidden fears right now. I am throwing it directly into the deep fire. I am opening a massive, brand new book of eternal, unshakable peace entirely over your life. The blank pages are waiting for us to beautifully write the rest of your incredible story together. Step forward immediately. Do not look backwards at the dark shadows ever again. My child, my beloved, my precious one, hold my hand tightly. The victory is already totally won. The path is completely clear. Let us walk together into the brilliant, beautiful future I have flawlessly prepared exactly for you. As you permanently step out of the terrifying shadows and securely abide in my brilliant, revealing light, I am passionately inviting you to aggressively pull others out of their dark, suffocating prisons. Your radical, urgent generosity today actively fuels this massive rescue mission, powerfully bringing my eternal words of vibrant life to millions who are secretly drowning in absolute despair. Do not merely listen and walk away. Faith without immediate, bold action is completely dead, and the exact time to fiercely harvest the field is right now. Plant your precious, sacrificial seed into this fertile soil today, and watch it violently explode into a massive, undeniable forest of spiritual victory. As you faithfully fund the rapid, unstoppable spread of my word, I will wildly release a heavy, overflowing avalanche of divine favor, total restoration, and ironclad protection entirely over your beautiful family. Do not close this video without leaving your heavy, kingdom-shaking mark on eternity. Powerfully support this ministry right this very second by leaving a super thanks, becoming an active member, or giving generously through the PayPal link in the description. Act boldly now, sow your seed without hesitation, and walk totally empowered into your brilliant, victorious future. Amen.